Welcome to the Town of Fairfax Planning Commission. This is a public hearing agenda for Thursday, May the 21st, 2020. Welcome to our meeting. This is being held via webinar because of COVID-19. You can watch this on our cable TV channels 27 and 99, as well as live on the town website. Consistent with the state of California executive orders to protect public health and still to maintain transparency and public access, we are not conducting in-person physical meetings, but we are doing these online meetings. Members of the public are welcome to join or watch the meeting live online. There are a variety of options. One is, Linda, can you at all share screen, or Tamala, on how people can join these meetings? Welcome, Esther.
I think last time I read it, but I honestly can't remember. So I'll just read it. But there's URLs that are kind of long.
Exactly.
Members of the public may join or watch the meeting live using any of the following options: https://www.townoffairfax.org/watch-live/ is one. Second one is https://www.fairfax.org/watch-live-2/. And I believe these are on the town website. If you go to the Planning Commission, these are all listed on the agenda. And the third link is https://cmcm.tv. And there's one more, https://cmcm.tv/27. There's also a Zoom link that you can click on, and a Zoom telephone number that you can call in, and a webinar. The webinar ID is also on the agenda. Did you want me to read all those? Or I think if they go to the town website, I should probably read the phone numbers though, huh? I'll read the phone number in case they don't have computer access. The Zoom telephone call number is 1-669-900-6833, and I'll read it one more time. 1-669-900-6833.
Thanks very much. And did you want to tell people how they can provide public comment as well? And Tamala, I just want a point of clarification. Stephen is on the panelists list right now, and I think he's supposed to be moved to attendee, or this could create some confusion and people thinking he is a planning commissioner.
Yes, sorry, Stephen has come in because he was going to come into the practice session.
And so can we hide the non-video participants, or I'm confused by what you just said. Should he not be in the attendee group and off this main screen?
I would agree with that.
If you guys would like me, I can just log.
They logged himself off.
I actually have
There you go.
already done it. It
Perfect.
just takes a few minutes for the software to catch up. So he has been changed to an attendee until the item, and that's how it does work. Is people should come in as attendee, and then you call out their name, and I will promote them so they can talk. But he is an attendee now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle, I am going to finish reading the ways people can comment. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
So you can email me at lneal, that's LNEAL, at townoffairfax.org with the agenda item of the item that you want to speak on, or you're emailing the comment on. And then if you come in on the Zoom meeting, you select the raise your hand function during the public comment time, and you will be unmuted when it's your turn to speak. And if you're calling in, press 9 during the public comment time, and you will be unmuted when it's your turn to speak. And again, the Zoom telephone call-in number is 1-669-900-6833.
Thank you very much.
You are limited if you speak to 3 minutes or less.
That's perfect. And for folks who have not used Zoom before, the raised hand function is at the very bottom. On the right, it says when you're in participant mode, or at the very bottom of your screen, under participants, you can open that and there's a raised hand function. All right, so are there any comments on matters not on the agenda?
I think I need to call roll first, don't I?
Okay, thank you.
You're all on the screen.
I don't see that on the, great, that's great.
Maybe we left it.
Can I ask a question before we move to roll call? When commissioners want to speak, can we raise our hand on the screen, or do we have to go to the raise hand button?
I prefer the raised hand, but you can raise your hand that way, Norman. I'll recognize you.
On the screen? Thank you.
Go ahead, Linda.
Newton,
Here.
Swift,
Here.
Caroline,
Here.
Fragoso,
Here.
Gonzalez-Parber. Well, it says she's here.
I don't see her up here.
In the bottom corner on my screen.
Yeah, Commissioner Gonzalez was experiencing some technical difficulties. I noticed she was here temporarily and then she clicked off. So she may be coming in via phone call. So Tamala, if you get a phone call in the next 60 seconds, it's probably Esther. But let's just see what is happening here.
My screen says Esther is connecting.
Right. So we'll see if she makes it. Yeah. But potentially she'll be attending for a period of time is strictly by phone. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, so Chair Green is absent and Vice Chair Rodriguez?
Present.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Meeting protocol. The chair shall maintain order at the meetings in accordance with Robert's Rule of Orders, and the commission has the responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to encourage community participation and citizen input at commission meetings. The commission and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and are ridiculing the character or motive of commission members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain standards of tolerance and civility. The next item on the agenda is public comments on non-agenda items. Anyone wishing to address the commission on matters not on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the commission, can do so either by email in the manner described above. I guess you could raise your hand now as an attendee to the meeting and we could recognize you. I don't see any raised hand at this point, and Tamala is controlling phone-in people. Is there anybody on the phone?
I do not see anybody on the phone.
Thank you very much. Then we'll go ahead and go on to the next item on the consent calendar. There are no consent calendar items on the agenda. We'll move now to the recognizing Ben. Hi, Ben.
Yes, Acting Chair Rodriguez, if I might suggest something, if somebody does call in or somehow indicate that they would like to comment during the public comment period, because with the CMCM broadcast through the town, there is a lag. We should take into account for all of our items that there may be 2 or 3 minutes after an item is declared open for public comment for when people who are watching us via webcast and not Zoom broadcast may get that and may be calling it. So let's just keep that in mind, that, and our web host, our Zoom host will be aware of that too. But if she lets you know that somebody does wish to speak, it would be good to retain some flexibility.
And so just clarifying, is that only for people calling in, or that's also when we go to the attendees and if they want to speak on an item?
As far as I know, all attendees will be using the Zoom function.
So it's only phone calls.
Yes, I don't think they can make a phone, they can call in through Zoom. So I don't anticipate that lag, but I would just say as a general rule, we should be pretty flexible for when people call in and wish to speak.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Norma,
Have we approved the agenda?
that was not on the agenda here, but we normally do that, so I appreciate you asking about that.
If we are ready, I can move approval of the agenda as stated.
Yes, thank you.
I will second.
We have a motion to accept the agenda as presented by Commissioner Fregoso and seconded by Commissioner Swift. All those in favor, say aye.
I didn't second the, I believe that was Commissioner Carolyn that seconded.
Where is, okay, oh, there she is.
Can I just
I think
jump
we're
in?
gonna have to have some protocol about this because I think when we do it, it would be helpful if we had a raised hand and then I recognize the raised hand and I'll call you maybe by commissioner name and then I could recognize you that way because I think that was an error because I didn't do that. Did you want to make a recommendation, Ms. Neal?
I wanted to remind everybody that at the last meeting, we were advised by either the clerk or the manager that in Zoom meetings, we really should call roll for motions. And so I need your names out.
Okay, that's great.
Okay, so
Okay,
can we do so I have a motion by Fregoso to approve the agenda, second by Caroline, and I'm going to read the roll, okay? Newton?
Aye.
Swift?
Aye.
Caroline?
Aye.
Fregoso?
Aye.
Gonzalez Parver? I still can't hear her. Any idea why we can't hear Esther? Well, anyway, okay. And then Vice Chair Rodriguez, Acting
Aye.
Chair Rodriguez, okay.
Okay, thanks for all these great recommendations and support. Okay, so now it sounds like we're ready to go to our public hearing items. And we're going to begin item number 1, which is for 181 Myrna Avenue application 20-1. I'm assuming staff member Neal is doing this for assistant planner Spencer. Maybe you could read the description as well or whatever you're comfortable with.
The project proposes a 123 square foot expansion and remodel of the 1,199 square foot first floor of the existing single family dwelling to create a 1,322 square foot primary residence. 260 square feet on the ground floor of the existing residence would be added to and then converted to a 660 square foot accessory dwelling unit. The accessory dwelling unit is exempt from Planning Commission review. The residential addition would expand the existing bedroom. Interior remodeling would reconfigure the expanded bedroom and an adjacent bathroom to create a master bedroom with a full bath. In addition, a half bathroom and pantry would be created off the kitchen. The expanded and remodeled primary residence would be located above the proposed ADU. The project also includes a 2-car carport, which is proposed under the accessory dwelling unit addition that would provide 1 required space for the accessory dwelling unit as well as 1 additional space for the primary residence. New concrete retaining walls 4 feet or less in height would be constructed along the property frontage. Another would be constructed on the slope between the bedroom addition and the ADU addition. And an approximately 30-foot long, 5-foot high debris catchment wall is proposed on the slope behind the residence. Approximately 154 cubic yards of excavation is required for the proposed improvements, and all excavated soil would be hauled off the site. No new exterior lighting is proposed. 5 California bay trees are proposed for removal. All the trees pose some sort of hazard due to either decay or their location within the defensible space of the home. The project requires the approval of a conditional use permit, an excavation permit, and a tree removal permit from the Planning Commission. The project does not constitute a 50% remodel, so it does not require the approval of a design review permit or a Hill Area Residential Development Permit. In order to approve a conditional use permit for the project, the commission must make the following findings. 1, that the granting of the approval would not constitute a special privilege. 2, the project would not create a public nuisance. 3, approval of the project is in keeping with the objective goals or standards set forth in the Town of Fairfax General Plan. And 4, approval of the project would result in equal or better development of the premises would otherwise be the case. As stated above, the project would increase the existing 1,455 square foot residence to create a 1,322 square foot primary residence. The table that's contained in the staff report indicates that homes in the immediate neighborhood range from 848 square feet to 2,302 square feet, with an average floor area ratio of 0.24. Therefore, the project would result in 181 Myrna maintaining a similar size and floor area ratio to other properties in the immediate area. The siding and windows proposed would match the existing structure in materials and color. As stated before, no new lighting is proposed. The new foundations and the existing carport are required to allow the development of the project, and the excavation proposed is the minimum necessary to allow development. The town engineers have reviewed the entire body of information, and they have determined that the project can be constructed without creating any significant geologic or hydrologic hazards for adjacent public or private properties, as long as certain conditions are met, and those conditions have been included in the resolution recommending approval of the project. As stated before, 5 California bay trees are proposed for removal. The tree removal permit was reviewed by the Fairfax Tree Committee as required by our town code, and they recommended approval of the removal of all 5 bay trees. So we're recommending that you approve application 20-1 by adopting resolution 2020-1, setting forth the findings and the conditions for the project approval. And I believe I have a couple of corrections to the resolution. I think, oh, maybe not. No, not the right one. Hang on a moment. Yes, so on page 1 of the resolution, under the second whereas, we want to include after use permit, a tree removal permit. It's included in the title, but didn't get into that whereas. And we also want to add it to the third whereas, after conditional use permit should include a conditional use permit, a tree removal permit, and an excavation permit. And then there was one more. Yes, on page 5, 1, 2, 3, 5th paragraph, Planning Commission in the second sentence should be capitalized. And oh no, one more. On page 9, right after now therefore be it resolved, it should say the approval of the conditional use permit, not the Hill Area Residential Development Permit. And that would conclude our report.
Thank you, Staff Member Neal. I'm wondering if there's any Planning Commission questions of staff on her report or clarification on what you had in your packet, recognizing Commissioner Newton.
Yeah, thank you so much, Linda. I do have some questions about the increase in the square footage. I get very confused about this first paragraph in the resolution referencing 123 square foot expansion. And there's no real mention of the additional square footage for the ADU that I think would clarify that paragraph, just even if it's not part of the decision-making for the Planning Commission. And when I really tried to break it down, I got very confused. There's 100 in the page 2 of the discussion. In the first paragraph, there's a reference to 123 square foot expansion and remodel of the 1,199 square foot first floor. And then there's a reference to 260 square feet on the ground floor of the existing residence would be added to and converted to a 660 square foot ADU. But when we get into the numbers on page 4, there's a reference here to the, so my math starts getting kind of weird. It seems like that we're adding 404 square feet in the ground floor to create a 660 square foot ADU onto an existing 256 square foot ADU.
Hang on a second. 156 plus 4.
If I might interject while
Since staff.
the planner is checking the plans and the description, one of the challenges with a project where it has components of an existing building that are going to be converted to an ADU, and indeed where an ADU is involved in any way with a project, is that you have to excise that square footage. And so that's one of the challenges here, is you have various levels existing and proposed. And I believe that the majority of the additional square footage, with the exception of the garage, is for the ADU, that the area proposed to be added on to the structure which the Planning Commission is reviewing tonight is the very small square footage, the 132 square feet. So Linda can help clarify that, but I can appreciate your concern. And I know at the beginning, of the description on page 2, it was an effort to kind of clarify where the square footages were being allocated and created. And we apologize if that wasn't sufficiently clear.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out a way to make it.
I just wanted to recognize at 7:20 that Commissioner Gonzalez-Harbor joined us. Sorry.
So I think it would it make more, well, yeah, so the numbers are wrong. So it should say a 123 square foot expansion and remodel of a, I'm getting myself all confused. Wait, hang on. 1199 plus.
Planner Neil, perhaps if you looked at the description on page 2, the first paragraph of the discussion, and just made sure that that was accurate or confirmed its accuracy.
Well, you understand, I'm having this, since it's not my project, I'm having to go to the actual plans. And so it takes a few minutes. I can't just necessarily go off of the numbers in the reports. So 1199. So the existing house is 1,322 square feet. The bottom existing floor is 123 square feet, and the existing upper floor is 1,199 square feet. So that is accurate. And once the addition is added to the upper floor, the main house, that house will be 1,322 square feet. So if those numbers are correct. So hang on, let's.
Planner Neil, are you sure that the ground floor is currently 123 square feet? I believe that's the proposed expansion of the residence, that the ground floor contains additional.
Well, according to the plans, the lower existing floor. Oh, so I see he's got conflicting numbers in the on the set of plans, because the ground floor is actually 256 square feet. So hang on here. think it might be easier to just do the final square footage, right? I'm trying to find the first page of the reso. Would you guys be comfortable if we just said for an expansion and remodel of an existing 1,322 square foot structure to create well, maybe I have that number wrong too, though.
Oh, that's right.
Another suggestion, if I might interject, is I'm sure the applicant is very comfortable in describing. So when we get to, we should probably move on from this
Yes,
question.
I agree.
Applicant has an opportunity to speak. We could ask for clarification on all
Hold
the
that then.
square footage numbers.
Okay, Commissioner Newton.
All right, Linda, then I'll get your attention again and I have a couple other questions for the resolution. Right now, I think we've got April in the second whereas clause instead of May.
Oh, thank you. Okay, May 21st.
Well, these are for questions. Questions.
Oh yeah, questions. So can you repeat for me the changes you were making to include the tree removal permit language? It sounded like you wanted to add another whereas clause. We do have language on page 3 of the resolution, so I was a little unclear exactly what you were.
Yeah, so what I did was on page 1 under the second whereas where we list the discretionary permits at the end, it didn't include tree removal permits. So to be consistent, tree removal is in the title of the resolution and we're just adding it in the second and the third whereases, that the tree removal permit is also one of the discretionary permits that the Planning Commission is approving. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay. And
Yeah.
the other one was just capitalizing a Planning Commission.
Got that.
Okay.
Okay, any questions?
Adding.
Then we're going to move to Commissioner Swift and then Commissioner Fregoso.
Yeah, just along the lines of the corrections
I don't
and
think we're at corrections right now. We're asking.
well, we had talked about the reso
I know she
on
did.
the clarification on the last page of the reso where we had this CUP, we had a design review permit in there as well
Oh, thank you. Yeah, this does not require design review. Okay, thanks.
for clarification.
Thank you.
That is correct. It does not require design review.
Commissioner Fregoso then.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, back to the square footage for a minute, if I may. The way I read paragraph 1 in the discussion, it leads me to assume that the existing square footage of the proposed ADU is 400, adding 260 square feet to it to finish with a 660 square foot ADU. That's what this paragraph says to me.
So I'm just thinking that maybe we don't, does the resolution include, I don't even know if the resolution should address the ADU because that's not under the purview of the Planning Commission and really has nothing to do with this application. So I'm thinking it would just easier to talk about the house.
Well, we'll see as we get down, if we get down into approval of the
Yeah,
contract, how we want to word the first paragraph, because there is, Commissioner Newton is pointing out that we're looking at a set of plans that are referenced in here that might be different than those numbers. So we have some time to figure that out. So Commissioner Curlin or Gonzalez-Parber, do either of you have questions of staff for clarification at this time? I'm seeing shaken head. So I have a question then. One is, can you tell me what the height of this structure is and whether it meets the zoning?
Yeah, the height is required permitted existing and proposed. It's going to be 3 stories. Height.
I also had another question that I don't know if Ben can start talking on, which is there was some early discussion about illegal construction of the left rear and of the basement. So excuse me, I said that wrong. But there was construction of left rear and basement, which they're adding on to. Was that legally done?
Unfortunately, I don't have the intimate familiarity with those details. I believe, this is one of the challenges, of course, when we pick up projects and the situation.
Yeah, it looks like, the house really isn't being increased in height. So it's about 18 feet, 3 inches.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Okay.
And Planner Neil, the chair had a question regarding whether it was being expanded in other areas, or I don't want to paraphrase the chair, but.
I know the question, and maybe Linda wouldn't know that. I didn't, yeah.
Well, I went to get the scale, so I wasn't listening.
They're adding on to the left rear and the basement, but there maybe was some question in the staff report about, were those legal additions originally?
Yes, and I checked the file, and the master bedroom, well, the addition at the back corner was legally done with a permit.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we'll go to hear the applicant. I can see in the attendee group, there are at least 3 different people. There are, but no one has their hands raised. I see 2 Gertises, which is the applicant's last name. I see a dash, and then I see the architect's named on here as well. So let's go ahead and recognize then what I seem to think would be the Mr. Ledine, the architect, first. And we're waiting for him to be, I think you are unmuted.
Great. Hi there. This is Stephen Ledine. Thank you. Do I have the opportunity to present to screen share, please?
I need to promote you as a panelist to share your screen.
That would be wonderful.
And Linda, how are we going to handle timing? Just so we're all clear about, are you going to raise your phone, or is there a bell, or how do we all know?
We usually time when we have a lot of speakers on items. People have been advised to try to keep their comments to 3 minutes. So I can run a timer if you want me to do that. I don't know if we're
14 people in the room and 3 huge projects. I think the architect should get a little bit more time in this, in this case.
Yes.
But I think we should maybe give them 5 minutes and just try to stay within that. And yes, do time.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Hey, thank you so much. Has my 5 minutes begun?
Not yet, but start talking.
Go ahead, Stephen.
All right, great. I'm going to time myself too. Hey, thank you so much, everyone, for making this work under these conditions. I know these are trying times, and we all truly appreciate that you're making business for Fairfax continue in the best way we can. Also here is Peg Gertis and Dash Gertis. Are they able to speak on audio at all, just out of curiosity?
I'm sorry, I was waiting to ask the name again because I didn't hear it the first time. I will promote them now. And the name was Gertis.
We have Peg, P-E-G, Peg Gertis.
Thank you.
G-E-R-D-E-S.
And Dash, D-A-S-H. Great. Michael Eisman is not Peg, but there's Peg. Okay, wonderful. Before I go into the part that I've prepared, I just wanted to respond to the questions that were asked. As Director Berto had mentioned around the area analysis. Are you clear on that? But it's on the cover sheet of the plans in A0, the lower left-hand corner of the plan set has an area plan that should help clarify things visually. But the lower level has 256 square feet that's existing, and we are adding 404 square feet. That results in the total net 660 square feet. So, and then on the main level, we are adding 123 square feet. So that is the area analysis. And then the second just comment from previous was corrections, as Commissioner Swift had pointed out on the last page, to remove the design review as part of the approval. I believe that should say conditional use, excavation, and tree permit. So when you removed design review, that was tree permit.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to share my my screen now as well. Peg, are you off mute there?
I am.
Okay, wonderful. I am going to share my screen. Can you guys, share now? Share. I believe you should be able to see a PowerPoint. Does everyone see a
Yes.
PowerPoint? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So this is the 181 Myrna project and representing with the Gertis family. So we have both Dash Gertis and Peg Gertis. And Stephen Ledine, I am the designer on the project. Moving forward on my slide here. Advance. Okay, context. So as we talk about the context of the project and why we're proposing these improvements, I will let Peg just speak very quickly and briefly to that. Go ahead, Peg.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, my husband and I have lived here now this month, 17 years. So we're just past the 17 mark. And we've lived back here in Deer Park and have loved this neighborhood. We originally started looking with our son, his wife, and his children elsewhere outside of Fairfax, and then came up with this plan to remodel this place and figure out how to do an ADU, which will be Dave's and my apartment. So, we really feel grateful that we have the opportunity to do this plan here, and we could stay here, and Fairfax would gain a lovely new young family, my son, his wife, and their 3 little children. So we are very hopeful that this will work out and that you'll approve us, and we very much love Fairfax and are great boosters of our town. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peg. And I think this is exactly the kind of idea of the ADU projects that are in the character of the town and help develop our community positively. So just some, Planner Neil covered very well the project in the staff report, but I'll just share that the design of the project, it conforms within all of the setbacks of the zoning. There is no change to the height of the structure. We're at the same maximum height. And the required parking that we've put in, we've met the additional required parking, and we've also voluntarily added 1 more additional spot. So there's no variances being asked for of anything of that sort of the Planning Commission. So we meet all of the zone requirements. Moving forward, the next slide. So of the 3 permits we're getting, use permit, excavation, and tree, the use permit is solely related to the rear addition, and it's a very modest improvement, just 123 square feet. We're taking the substandard existing bedroom and turning it into a master for the parents. We're adding preventive measures, safety measures in the hill by adding a debris catchment wall. This is an existing hill cut. We're not making any changes. We're just building on an existing flat site, but we worked with the town engineer to add these safety measures for this new living area. But I just want to clarify, we're not cutting additionally at all into the hill. The the other permit, number 4 here, is the excavation permit, 156 yards. This is all, 95% of this is related to the parking. So this is for the additional ADU parking. I will share that identifying how to get the parking on the site was very challenging. It's a steep lot, and the front property line is almost 14 feet off the roadway. So we worked with a few options, and we found that by putting it under the ADU, we concentrated the site development, we minimized the impact on the neighborhood, and this is also improving to stabilize the house foundation. So this is a general improvement as well. The tree permit, this is our 3rd permit we're seeking approval for today. This really relates to fire safety and development. We're removing 5 bay trees. We worked with Ross Valley Fire Department, and we have an improved VMP. We had an arborist on site, and we also attended the tree committee. One note is that I would look to the arborist report. That's the most definitive for the tree removal. My site plan, we changed a few when the arborist came on site. We kept a few, and then there was one that was damaged that he recommended that we remove. But again, these are all bay trees that we're removing and recommended by the tree committee for your approval. I'll just mention this here. The parking, we are going to require a second curb cut. My understanding is that after this meeting, that will go to town council for approval. That's logistically how we do it here in Fairfax. But I just wanted to speak to it. Parking, people care about parking in the neighborhood. We're removing one on-street parking space. And as a result, we're creating effectively 4 off-street parking spaces. So 2 are under the structure. And as I told you, the parking, the property line is so far back that we have guest parking space that we can do in tandem as well. So I know that's approved by the town council, but if you had questions about that, I could speak to that. In summary, I just want to share that, you know, we've been conservative. We feel these are very modest improvements. We're trying to do this on a conservative budget as well. We feel that we're improving the overall conditions with the hill stabilization and the improved parking. And then lastly, as Peg said so well, you know, this is really enabling Fairfax multi-generation. And these are the kind of projects that I think really enrich our community. So with that, that concludes what I had to present, and I'm happy to answer any questions about the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ledine. Does anybody have any questions on the architectural drawings or any of the material in the packet, including any of the technical information that was submitted as part of it, or anything about the living proposal from Ms. Dash? I see Commissioner Swift has her hand raised first, and then Commissioner Curlin, and then Commissioner Newton. Commissioner Swift?
A question, what is the distance between the new driveway? And then there's another carport on the property to the left of the house. So I was wondering the distance between that driveway and then the new planned one.
I see your question. Give me a second and I can pull that up.
Thanks.
I'm gonna share. I may just continually share my screen because I have most of this available here. So I'm gonna share that there. Do you see the little parking visual now?
Yes.
Commissioner Swift, does this provide you the information you requested? There's 20 feet between the 2 proposed curb cuts.
Thank you.
Recognizing Commissioner Curlin.
Yes, my question is in regards to the excavation and the soils report. I don't know if maybe the designer could maybe explain that a little bit more, because this is you know, I think not a typical application as far as that goes. It looks like you've got catchment walls and things like that, shoring plants. Those are, I would like maybe if the applicant could go through that a little bit.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Yeah, no problem. I'm going to share my screen again. Hopefully you should see soil engineer diagrams.
Yes. Only
Okay,
the
great.
Top, the top 2.
The top 2, yeah, I have them zoomed in there. This is a big sheet, so I can. So what, Commissioner Carolyn, would you like me to start with the back or with the parking area?
Well, I guess start with the parking. I think that kind of makes more sense to people, and then, you know.
Sure.
Go through the site.
I'm going to start with this section cut. If this makes sense here. So, and I think in Zoom, I have a little way I can, oh, where is it? Ah, it's different when you're not the host. Well, can you see the little hand shaking on the screen? Maybe?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So the existing structure is the top here with the gable roof. This is the existing front foundation wall. So you can see here where I'm highlighting, this is the existing foundation. The plan is to then excavate down and to create the parking area. And what we're doing is there's some temporary shoring for the existing structure, but then we're putting in soil nails. So we're going back many feet, 20 feet or so, to put in soil nails, stabilize the hill. We have to do this in a series of 5-foot excavations. So to meet OSHA safety requirements. So you can see here in red and then in purple. And then when we get down low enough, that's bedrock. So that can be unsupported for the last cut. And then we're pouring a final final wall here that becomes the rear of the parking area. And it also becomes it's supporting the main house. So it becomes the front foundation of the main house. Questions about what we're doing there?
No, thank you. And you're doing a great job explaining everything. So
Okay, you bet.
continue.
Okay, at the rear of the house, I'm actually going to go to the site plan here. So in orange here is this is the new improved addition, the 123 square foot addition. It combines a little bit of the house as well. But there's an existing slope cut behind the house. It's been there long time. And the soil engineer said you have, the slope here, it potentially could slough. And if you're creating a living area here, a new living area, I would recommend that you provide some safety measures. So what we're creating is called a debris catchment wall. It is, wood lagging with piers, steel piles. I'll show the section in a minute, but while I'm here still on the site plan, you'll see up here in blue at the top, in these blue are concrete V-ditches. Essentially, they're helping catch water both at the top of the hill before it could saturate the slope, as well as near the bottom of this slope. So those are just additional measures to try to help give the hill a little more stability and prevent a negative incident. And now, without scrolling too much, I'll stop right there. So now this is behind the residence and the improvement addition area. You'll see this is a 5-foot debris catchment wall with 10-foot minimum steel piles going down. And then here at the top, this is what at the top of the cut, the existing cut, this is what the concrete V-ditch where we can help keep water from saturating the hill. So this is not retaining soil. This is a schematic diagram, but I just really want to make it clear. We're not cutting into the slope or excavating. These steel piles would just be driven in existing place. And then the back of the wall is to remain open. If it does slough over time or leaves accrete there, the homeowner can clean that and keep that clear. Questions?
Thank you very much.
No, thank you for sharing that. I think that's
Thank
helpful
you.
for the other
Welcome.
commissioners.
Recognizing Commissioner Newton.
Yeah, the staff report indicates the proposed height will remain 18.3 feet. And, and I get this because we've got the carport area underneath. It does say 3 stories. What are the heights of the ceilings in those 3 stories? Are they each 6.1 feet?
Okay, I can answer that. You should be seeing a section cut now. I could zoom in just a little bit on that.
We do.
So I will, actually, I think I can make a little pen here. I can do pen marks. Sorry, okay. So here you can see the existing height above grade. So in following a parallel grade line, I'm just showing a little section of it just to save space on this page. But that line is the highest point, or I'll draw more of it. Right? But that is the highest point on along following the natural grade. You can also see the ceiling heights here. The ADU has a top plate of 8.6, but we're just vaulting this in that area. And then the main house has an 8-foot ceiling.
Thanks.
All right, that looks like that's all of our questions. Is there any other planning commissioner questions of the architect? It looks like none. We can go ahead and move him to attendee, and I'll bring it back then. That's for Tamala, and then I'll bring it back to the commissioners to see what kinds of discussion or any issues that we want to discuss at this level.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Tamara. Is there any discussion on this item? I think I'll go ahead. I can go ahead and start it. I think one of the things that I just want to raise for us to start thinking about a little bit is because we're seeing a lot of new construction in the WUI. Go ahead.
Yes, we should find out, maybe I missed this, if there's any,
Close the public hearing.
open it up to the public before any commission comments.
Good point. Is there any members of the public who would like to speak on this matter? I see no hands, but this is your opportunity to raise your hand, or if there's anybody. Oh, I do see a raised hand. Nope, they went away. I will recognize Anya Chandler. Thanks, Ben.
Oh,
Hi, we can hear you.
Anya, you can talk if you would click your unmute button. It looks like a little microphone on the bottom, on the right.
You don't appear muted on my screen, so do you want to say hello?
Anna?
Okay, is there anybody who's on the phone that would like to speak? Recognizing
Madam Chair, I would suggest that since Anna has indicated a desire to speak, she's probably experiencing some technical difficulties trying to find the unmute button, so that even though if there's no other members of the public, technically you would move on to commission discussion, but don't close the public hearing. And that way, if she desires if she figures out how to come online, you would open it up for her comment at that time.
I just wanted to clarify with our administrative host that you have actually unmuted her at this point, but she's not speaking. That you think maybe, because her hand is now down. It was up and then down and then up and down.
Yes, so she may have just been practicing, and I can promote her to panelist and we can try just, see what's going on. But yes, I did allow her to talk, and I did try to unmute at this time.
Okay.
But,
So we'll do what Mr. Berto suggests then. We'll keep the public hearing open. We'll again turn to the commissioners for discussion, and then we'll go back to the public.
And perhaps you might want to review the email that they can send questions to at this time if they're having technical problems.
We'll ask Linda to do that then. Any emails that we've received on this item then?
so if anyone's watching, such as Anna Condolf, that's trying to speak on this item, you can email your comments to me at lneal, L-N as in Nancy, E-A-L, @townoffairfax.org. But I have a feeling she might be logging in for a later item. She lives with the other
we've got
neighbor.
a chat from her, which said that's from Anna Condolf, who says I was selected incorrectly. I did not raise my hand. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and go back to the planning commission.
So I think you can close the public hearing then. Because Anna Condolf said she's not trying to speak on this item.
That was Anna.
I'm sorry, there is another Anya that would like
Anya Chandler.
Okay.
I'm recognizing Anna Chandler.
Okay, I don't know that woman.
There you go. You're unmuted now.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Wonderful. My name is Anya Chandler. I live at 4 Barker Avenue. I am a close neighbor of the Gertises. I mispronounced that. Of Dave and Peg. And they have been exceptionally fine neighbors. They are a real spirit in the neighborhood, and I have met their family and their grandchildren. And having been on several committees in Fairfax, particularly Aging in Place, this is exactly the kind of opportunity that I would like to give residents, to have family surroundings and have generational building of populations in Marin. And additionally, they bring 3 fine kids to the neighborhood, and they are the epitome of what you want your neighbors to be.
Thank you very much. I wanted to recognize that Ms. Chandler submitted a letter along with 5 other neighbors, which are in support of the application, which is attached to the packet. Thank you very much. Stephen, you had your hand up one more time. Would you like to address the Planning Commission before we begin deliberation?
Yes, thank you much, Chair Rodriguez. Planner Neal, I believe there were some other letters of support that may or may not have been emailed to you. Were they to be read as part of the public comments?
I don't have it. Who were you thinking of? Because I thought I attached them all.
Okay, I believe there were some emails that were sent for the last Planning Commission where we were to appear, but then it got delayed. If they're attached, maybe it's not necessary, but I believe some people had emailed in letters of support.
6 letters of support attached to the packet.
Okay, wonderful. If you recognize them attached, then maybe we have them covered already. I just wanted to make sure they were part of the record.
They are.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, any planning commissioner would like to start us off? I think one issue I started to raise is just an issue that I'm not sure is particularly a negative for this particular application, but we're starting to see a lot of applications in the WUI defensible space zone. And I know that Commissioner Swift has been assigned to work with Ben on meeting with the fire department, but I think that this is something that I want to start us to think about is there standard conditions that would add on to things like annual clearing of trees or checking of gutters, or, you know, we're seeing a lot more tree applications that are coming through that are saying because of fire, we want removal. So I don't know that it's really anything in particular related to this application, but we're starting to see a series of them. And I want us to start rolling that around in our head as we start to see applications coming forward. Recognizing Commissioner Gonzalez-Parver.
Actually, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So I actually was thinking about the same thing as I was looking at the other applications for tonight, and just looking at the construction management plan for these areas, and having multiple projects in these areas with very narrow roads. Sometimes I think what you're talking about, chairperson, is that some of these applications cover that concern under the vegetation management plan, which is triggered when you have a new building or a substantial remodel. But I think your point is well taken here, because this is neither. There is an ADU addition, but that's kind of separate and ministerial. So I guess I have kind of the same question in terms of, is there a mechanism? Do we know of a mechanism maybe through the fire department where they are tracking the number of projects in the WUI, especially for construction management plans? for egress
And I think I was also
fire truck access.
going around that same line about, well, we didn't see a planting plan, we didn't see a maintenance plan, there wasn't, should we be adding conditions that require long-term maintenance? Those are some of the things that were starting to go around in my head.
Yeah, and that is something that would have been triggered, I think, under, it's just this project, because it's such a small addition technically, because the ADU is split out, I think presents a very unique challenge in terms of monitoring or regulating exactly what you're talking about. So I would also just kind of like to make a note of that.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to? Commissioner Swift.
Well, just to that point, from the standards of the Ross Valley Fire Department, they have deemed this a substantial remodel. So they look at it differently than we're looking at it from the perspective of what we're looking at to rule on tonight. And probably that's because of they have different standards for that. And that probably involves as well the ADU for their perspective. I don't know, but they have deemed this as a substantial remodel, so that then triggers certain requirements for them.
Okay, yes, I thank you, Commissioner Swift. I do see that now under the Ross Valley Fire Department, they are requiring the vegetation management plan. So I think that does address what our chair is questioning for maintenance. And they do get pretty detailed in the management plan in terms of routing, you know, of construction trucks and staging construction in these areas. I think these WUI areas, I don't know how that's being handled, but it is the second part, I think, of the concern.
Okay, thanks for that discussion. Maybe Commissioner Swift, when she meets with Director Berto, these are some of the things that they can come back and with the fire chief and talk a little bit more. It sounds like we need a combination of education, better understanding of what's happening in terms of some of these conditions that happen later. How does that relate to our decision-making authority and that kind of thing? So I appreciate that. So are we, I think if I don't see anybody else with their hand raised, so I'm going to go back to attendees because I need to close that public hearing and see if there's anybody else who wants to raise their hand or if there's anybody else on the phone. No hands being raised. And then do we have anybody on the phone?
We do not.
Thank you very much. Okay, going back then, recognizing Commissioner Kerwin. And if we don't have any more comments, I'd like to entertain a motion or something like that after Commissioner Kerwin.
Well, I'm sorry, I have a couple
Commissioner
other.
Kerwin. I'll get you right after that, Newton.
Oh, thank you. So I just want to say that one of the conditions, and I hope that there wasn't significant changes between the staff report from last month and this month. I actually have the staff report from last, is the one that I'm using. But there is, as part of the building permit approval, the construction management plan, as far as that addresses the delivery routes, construction schedules, notifications to area, is one of the items that's in the resolution. But I also noticed, I think that the numbering is off in the resolution. I don't know if that got fixed in the current version.
Where the numbers start again at 1 on the conditions, is that what you're relating to? The numbers were.
Well, I'm looking on page 4. I'm looking at item 9 is the construction management, and then it goes to number 17.
That was last.
Remember,
Okay.
she's looking at last.
All right, so I didn't know if it got fixed. I think that I have this month's staff report is in another I just didn't want to leave to get it. So I was hoping there wasn't significant changes, but I guess you did catch some errors and were able to fix them in time. So that's a good thing too.
Okay, Commissioner Newton, did you have any, after you heard the architect, did you have any recommendations on the first whereas and how we might deal with that?
The numbers are correct.
We're not talking about the numbers anymore. We were talking about her concern about square footage and how it was represented here versus the plan set that we would be approving.
Yeah, but so these numbers, Stephen, is Stephen still listening? So the numbers appear to correct to me. What's confusing is that what's happening is the house, right, is larger, but the whole lower floor of the house is then becoming part of the ADU. So the resulting square footage of the main house is less than the existing square footage of the main house. So I think that's what's making it confusing. They're adding to the main house, but the main house is getting smaller. You see what I'm saying? Because the lower floor of the main house is being given to the ADU.
I wanted to recognize Director Berto.
Yes, this is one of those unavoidable confusing items, as Planner Neal noted. It's rare to have square footage being added and the net square footage is smaller for the main house. Ways that we might clarify that. First of all, the staff report describes a little bit of that, and certainly the audio record with the architect explaining how square footage was being added on to the ground floor, all for the ADU, so that existing square footage was being taken out of the net square footage for the house. Perhaps on the resolution, the only thing I would add, because looking at the numbers, I think that they all appear to be fairly accurate. I would simply note that the accessory dwelling unit, I would put in parens where it says 660 square foot accessory dwelling unit, not a part of this application.
Yes, I appreciate that. That's perfect. Does that address Commissioner Newton's concern on this item?
No. So I think it is confusing, and it's okay the way we have it, the 1455 to create a 1322. But what I think is confusing even more is the 660 is an increase of 404 square feet from the existing ADU through the addition of additional square feet on that floor. And the staff report is not clear, and I think is inaccurate in one place, if accurate in another. So my recommendation is, if you want to add the language about, which is not an issue here, fine, but I would say something about with a separate 660 square foot parens increased from 256 square foot ADU, which is not at issue here. Just to be clear about the additional 404 square feet as a historic record. And the next whereas clause, we could change the April 16 to May 21, add the reference to the tree removal permit in that second whereas clause, as well as the third whereas clause. And then on page 3, we have 2 bulleted paragraphs under tree removal permit, as opposed to numbered paragraphs without any introductory language, which seemed odd to me. Under conditional use permit findings, we have findings. Under excavation permit, we have a review of the plans and their status. And I think under tree removal permit, we should either make these findings and, I don't know, include the numbering 7 and 8 or something. I'm open. It just seems very awkward that we have this header, tree removal permit, and 2 bullets without an explanation of what those bullets are. I'll stop, but I have some more later.
I actually agree with you on the format of the resolutions. I've been very challenged in that every time we're adopting a resolution, it should be the findings in the municipal code that we have to make. The findings go into the resolution for each sub application that you've got. So it would be conditional use permit. What are the findings that we meet, that are required, and then do they meet them? And then, the conditions. And I was very challenged with that. And I'm not sure how to correct that at this moment. But I actually had more changes. I recognized what you said and changes to the first whereas, the second and third whereas, but also under the first conditional use permit. Oh, excuse me. I was also suggesting under the excavation permit number 5 that they're needed to recognize the Dave Olness revised January 21, 2020 shoring and a retaining wall memo, which isn't listed there. I wanted to recognize for the tree removal, the tree committee, their recommendation of 22420 with a 5-0 vote, as well as we should reference the arborist report, which I didn't see. And I think we should include on page 3, the project is approved based upon also the artistic rendering of 10/16/19 as to color and materials.
Okay, you're gonna need to slow down because
there's just so much in this resolution. I'm not even sure.
I can't.
Michelle, you're muted.
Sorry, recognizing Commissioner Swift and then Director Berto.
So going back to Mimi on the first whereas, and I think since there seems to be a lot of comments about the resolution, maybe a suggestion would be to look at it section by section as a group. But as far as the first whereas, I was confused, Commissioner Newton, with your reference to the 200 and something square foot for the ADU, because we don't have an ADU yet. So that was making me think that it was referencing an ADU that was already in existence, and then we were adding a certain amount of square footage to it to enlarge it.
I think she's recognizing what the architect had said on the first page, looking at, proposed that that the ground floor, he was saying it was an addition to the ADU on the ground floor. So I think that's what she was recognizing, but I get what you're saying in terms of actual existing on the ground. So Commissioner Newton wanted to respond back to Commissioner Swift. I'm sorry, Ben, we're going to get right back to you. Mimi, you need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I think I misspoke. So it was a 256 ground floor area in the single family dwelling, to which 404 feet would be added to create the 660 square foot ADU.
Right. Got it. Director Berto.
Yeah, that language is good explanation, and that with the proviso that it's noted it's not a part of this application. Regarding the tree permit, Planner Neil and I mulled over this. One of the challenges, the tree regulations are not part of the zoning code, and they do not have findings per se. One thought I had was we could simply number those 2 bullets, A and B, which would put it more in the format of the other whereases, but it is noted that it's kind of hard to call something a finding when it doesn't exist as such in the town code. It's just an example of how things are crafted in other things. So we could definitely keep that under advisement for future recommendations. I know that there's other provisions of the tree ordinance that bear looking at some point when we get the opportunity, but I think for purposes of clarification, we could just add A and B but simply recognize right now that we're not making findings per se because they're not listed as such.
I guess I wanted to ask Commissioner Neal whether a planting plan was necessary or whether you felt like the vegetative management plan is that.
Yeah, I think on these natural hillside sites, I don't know that you need, I wouldn't really want a landscaping plan, But just so you know, in the tree ordinance, they refer to the tree committee shall grant or deny a permit based on the following considerations. So we could say tree removal permit considerations because these are from their list of items they're supposed to consider, and then just give him numbers. Would that work? Is everyone okay with that?
Recognizing Commissioner Fregoso. Now she's shaking her head, yes.
Yes, I was going to suggest something similar, that to page 3, the tree removal permit, that we add a clause or a bullet about the tree committee's recommendation.
Yeah. Okay.
Which doesn't seem to be listed anywhere else.
Commissioner Swift's hand is up. Did you want to speak, or is that old?
No, I had put it back up.
Okay.
To the tree removal permit section, I would just add a sentence in there that references how many trees are being removed, so that it's clear in there that X number of trees are being removed. And then you can go into the alteration of the trees, and it's necessary to allow the owner reasonable use of his property. But I would, just by itself, it doesn't really say what the tree permit is approving, X amount of trees being removed.
In my experience, you normally would want to just continue this item and let the item come back. All the time being spent is not really good for us. I'm happy to try to pull what we're saying together in a quick method to get this through. If you want me to do that, I can do that. Give me a thumbs up if you want me to do that. I'm only seeing one thumb. 2. Okay. Well, I only see 2.
I have a question.
I think that continuing this when they've been continued at an error made by staff at the last meeting would kind of be unfair to them if you really feel. So I understand you're trying to be real thorough, but that's why we cite all the approved plans and everything in the beginning. What if we added to the tree, I put in the note, I say tree removal permit, the project requires the removal of the following trees, and in approving the tree permit, the planning commission considered the following, and then I put a 1 and a 2 under the alteration of the trees as necessary. Would that work for everybody? I really think we need to muscle through this because they've been continued once because of a noticing error that staff made.
One of the things I did not notice in here was the number of days or hours of construction. And so you're going to defer then to the construction schedule established under condition 3 on page 4?
Well, they're all subject to the noise ordinance. And that condition is in here in the resolution, that they have to comply with the noise ordinance hours of operation for mechanical and machinery.
Okay. I could take a stab at this and we'll see if we get a second. Okay.
Okay.
Member Neal, here we go. Referencing resolution number 2020-1, resolution of the Fairfax Planning Commission approving application number 20-14, a conditional use permit, tree removal permit, and excavation permit for a minor addition and remodel at 181 Myrna Avenue. Amending staff's draft resolution under the first whereas, adding after the sentence of with a separate 660 square foot accessory dwelling unit increased from 256 square feet plus adding 404 additional square feet or an addition equaling a total of 660 square feet for an accessory dwelling unit, not part of this application, in parentheses. Second whereas, and that replacing the date of April 16th to May the 21st. In the second whereas, adding after conditional use permit, an excavation permit, and tree removal permit. Third whereas, after conditional use permit and excavation permit, adding tree removal permit. Going on to page 2, under excavation permit, amending to add an item F. Dave Olness's revised shoring and retaining wall memo dated January 21st, 2020. Going on to page 3, tree removal permit. Recognizing the tree committee review and recommendation of 5-0 on February 24th, 2020. Vote recommending removal of 5 bay trees approved for removal, and referencing said arborist report. Amending under the whereas below that section, item number 1, the project is approved based on the following plans and report, adding to item C, after the January 16th, 2020 report, plus the January 21st, 2020 report, and adding an item E, including the artistic rendering dated 10/16/19 as to color and materials. And on page number 9, after now there it be resolved, second paragraph, the replacing the approval of deleting Hill Area Residential Development Permit with conditional use permit, excavation permit, tree removal permit.
And tree removal permit.
And removal.
And that are all the changes. Is there any amendments to my change? Raising your hand.
Through the chair.
Commissioner Newton, and then Commissioner Fregoso.
The date at the bottom of page 9, which should also be reflected as May 21st.
Commissioner Fregoso, and then Commissioner Swift.
Yes. On that first now therefore paragraph, were we not also to remove design review permit?
Yes, you were.
Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Swift.
And then on page 5, 10B, capitalizing planning commission.
Yes, thank you. Ben, I wanted a point of order really quick, clarification on something. We've just made a significant number of changes to this resolution, and since the applicant and the architect can only raise items during this planning commission meeting that they could sue on or take to lawsuit, do you want us to take a vote on this item and then ask him if he has any concerns, or ask him now whether he has any concerns on all of these changes that we've made?
At the chair's discretion, you could ask them if they have changes. What I'm hearing is clarifications that are very helpful in clearing the record. So if you want to get his response to that, but I believe that what you have is something that's simply clarifying what's before you.
I agree with that. We'll go aheed and take I have a second on my motion.
I'll
I will
second.
second your motion.
Can I see
As with the amended statements and additions and deletions.
So we have a first from Chairperson Rodriguez, a second from Commissioner Fregoso, and so I'll then.
Shall I read the roll?
Yes, please.
Okay. Newton,
Aye.
Swift,
Aye.
Caroline,
But may I have a question? Is the chair allowed to put forth the motion?
my understanding is it's discouraged, but it's not necessarily not allowed. Ben, what's your understanding?
Well, insofar as Chair Rodriguez did an excellent job in summarizing, I think that it would certainly be excused in this instance. It is unusual, but it is permitted.
I have no problems with it. I was just raising the question.
Okay, so Caroline, did you vote?
Yes, aye.
Okay, Fregoso,
Aye.
Gonzalez Parber,
Aye.
Acting Chair Rodriguez.
Aye. Okay, so I don't even know how many that was. 3, 4, 5. The motion passes 6-0. And thank you so much for helping me walk through that matter. And thank you to the applicant for a great presentation. And thank you for the property owner for being so kind to be patient with us on this application. Does anybody feel like they need 5 minutes, or do you want to keep moving? I have one hand up for 5 minutes, please. Okay, I can see Kenneth Holder is here. And how about the Russells? Do we have Russells? I don't see any Russells. David or Stephanie Russell. So, okay.
They may not be attending.
Okay. Well, I think we're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to go ahead and begin item number 2, which is for 88 Toyon Drive, application -20-3. And Staff Member Neal.
Okay, the proposed project consists of the following. A remodel and expansion of an existing 1,500 square foot single family residence into a 2,069 square foot residence. Widening and regrading of the existing circular driveway to provide the required 3 parking spaces and to comply with Marin County driveway standards for slope and grade transitions. D, filling in the existing swimming pool, abandoning the septic tank on the site, installing a sewer line and drainage system, and widening Toyon Drive along the property frontage to meet the 20-foot wide, 40-foot long fire truck staging area required by the Ross Valley Fire Department. The commission should note that this is going forward without a recommendation on the tree removal permit from the tree committee. They have not been meeting since the shelter in place requirements were declared. The application for this tree removal recommendation was scheduled for their March 23rd meeting, which had to be canceled. But the state has not waived the permit streamlining regulations, and since the Planning Commission ultimately has the final determination on tree removal permits for new projects, the town council was advised that we were going to be taking applications requiring tree committee recommendations forward without their recommendations until they start meeting again. So they're aware that that's what's happening tonight. The residence complies with all the setback regulations, the height limitations, floor area ratio, and lot coverage limitations in the RS6 zone where it's located. It requires the approval of a hill area residential development permit, a tree removal permit, and a design review permit. This project does constitute a 50% remodel, and that's what elevates it to requiring a hill area residential development permit. So other than the replacement of the foundation beneath the existing house structure and filling in the pool to the south of the residence and abandoning the septic tank to the east, the only other site disturbance will occur to install the new drainage system and to install the new sewer line and to improve the circular driveway, which doesn't meet current standards. It's existed there for many, many, many years, but it doesn't meet current requirements. All the construction will occur on the property in areas that have already been disturbed by the existing development, except for the area where the new sewer line will be extended. We are a little concerned that there were 2 ways to abandon the pool, and the method that the applicants are choosing to drill through the pool frame would render that site, you can't build on it. So we are recommending a condition be added. I mean, it is in the resolution. I think it is. If it's not, we should add it. That they have to record a deed restriction, explain, it includes a map showing where the abandoned pool is, so that future owners know that if they do want to build something there, it's going to require detailed geotechnical reports and engineering to put any kind of a structure there. Property is within a quarter mile of a known northern spotted owl nesting site. Therefore, the construction may not occur or it must be minimized and monitored to be kept below certain noise levels to limit the negative impacts to the birds during the nesting season, which runs from February 1st through July 1st. The town engineer has reviewed the entire body of information provided by the applicants, and they have deemed that the project can be constructed as proposed without creating any significant geologic or hydrologic hazards for adjacent public or private properties, as long as certain conditions are met, which have been incorporated into the resolution. All of the trees being removed are being removed for fire safety and to facilitate improvement and widening of the driveway. And the removal consists of 6 pines for fire safety, 2 oaks, 1 because it's too close to the house and the other because it's structurally unsound, 12 bays because they are fire hazards, 1 toyon which is stressed and is a fire hazard, and 2 Scotch pines that are a fire hazard, and 1 cedar which is within the footprint of the expanded driveway area. With regards to the design, the proposed remodel and expansion of the existing structure is within the footprint of the existing house. All the trees being removed would have to be removed to maintain the safety of the existing residents. Well, most of them except for the one in the driveway widened area. They'd have to be removed anyway to maintain the safety of the existing residents, whether the project is approved or not. The structure conforms to the general character of other structures in the vicinity and will look very similar to the original dwelling, requiring minimum disturbance to the 14,723 square foot site. The exterior will remain much the same, but will be further articulated by the increased and stepped height of the roof from a uniform 24 2 inches to the northern portion of the house having a height of 23 feet 5 inches and the southern portion having a height of 25 feet 2 inches. Staff does have some concerns about the white stucco siding. This is in a hillside area surrounded with trees and the natural hillside. A more natural earth tone color is something that we would recommend for the house to help the house blend into the hillside. The house has been designed to be in scale with the project site and similar in size to other structures in the neighborhood on similar sized properties. It results in a floor area ratio of 0.4, which is well below the maximum allowed. It requires an excavation permit because the total amount of excavation and fill are 140 cubic yards. Much of it is for filling the pool and abandoning the septic tank. There will be no off-haul from the site. The town engineers have reviewed the entire body of information presented, and they have indicated the site can be developed without causing adverse geologic or hydrologic problems for adjacent properties as long as certain conditions are met. We've included those conditions in the resolution of approval. And therefore, we're moving that you approve application 20-3 and adopt resolution 2020-02, setting forth the findings and the conditions of approval for the project. And you'll note that there's a section underneath our motion in the staff report, which should be removed from the staff report. And let's see if I have any. Oh. Hang on a second, I just want to take a look at the resolution. Yes, we have some corrections to the resolution on page 3. Under the first whereas, number 1, the date, it should read the tree protection plan dated February 1st of 2020, not March 4th of 2020. And we want to add the geotechnical report by Dave Olnez dated February 10th of 2020. And then let's see, we have another. Then on page 6, under item 7, we need to change the application number from 12-3 to 20-3. That was a typo. And on page 9, we have the same condition twice. So we have the 35, any future tree removal beyond the trees proposed, yada, yada, it is the same as 37. So we're deleting number 37. And that would conclude our report.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have questions of the staff report or recommendation? Commissioner Curlin.
Yes, thank you. Question, I don't see a garage or covered parking. Does this application have any covered parking?
They're on a downslope that exceeds the slope requirement, so they're exempt from covered parking. So there's no covered parking, and it's not required by the code.
Okay. Also, you know, you mentioned you made the statement about the white color, but I don't see any color material board or like even a color copy of one or a color elevation rendering. So were any of those submitted?
We emailed the color board to you guys earlier today, and
oh,
so the copy that this project has gone through a number of submittals, and the original pages that we got had a color of elevation, but when they resubmitted, they did not have one. But
okay, so I guess I did not receive that, or I guess I can look for it maybe if it was emailed earlier today and I didn't notice it.
It was emailed.
Okay.
I could take a quick.
Well, no, I'll take a moment to look to see if I have it in my email. If not, maybe then someone can send it to me and then I can take a look. So those were my questions.
Thank you. Recognizing Commissioner Swift.
Attachment B, the Miller Pacific Engineering Group letter references on page 3, mentions reviewing a set of drawings that were dated 3/4/20. A00 through A40, Rev 4, but I don't have in my packet plans that were dated 3/4/20. Mine were 11/18/19, so I was confused with that. And then the same thing on the reso, where it references a tree protection plan dated 3/4/20, and I couldn't find that 3/4/20. So I was a little confused.
Yeah, so we were given a final set of drawings, 3 copies, which we forwarded to the town engineer, that were supposedly the most recent set of plans. Those have been approved. I have a set with that date. The town engineer has a set with that date. When we asked them to submit the additional drawings for the meeting, we were given a set with the date that you described. So you're going to have to ask the applicant to address that. I'm not exactly sure how they went backwards and how a previous revision date was labeled revision 4. Because we have, the staff and the town engineer have revision date 4 of 3/20/20. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Swift, did you have any other
but we did go through and compare them by page by page, and they do appear to be the same set that we have. So.
Okay, and then the other part was the tree protection plan dated 3/4/20. The reso, I think. On the reso, under the number 1 under the whereas, it references a tree protection plan dated 3/4/20.
Isn't that the one she corrected to the 2/1/20?
Yes, the tree protection plan is 2/1/20.
Okay.
And I do have that in my set. I don't know what you
ours
have in your sets.
Any other commissioner questions of staff? I see no hands raised. We'll go then to the applicant. I'm looking and can see Kenneth Holder Did he needs to be unmuted? And just one moment, Mr. Holder, Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just wondering the finishes, I guess material board you mentioned was emailed today. Did that come from you, Linda, or from Ben?
And I sent it to both my planning commission lists, so you should have gotten it somewhere. I have two emails for those of you who never actually activated your town hall emails.
Mm-hmm.
So it would send to your personal emails and to your town hall email.
I did receive them, Linda.
And Linda, what you may be able to do is a screen share of your cell, and bring up your email that had those attachments. And share it.
Well, that's a problem because my computer at work doesn't have a camera or speakers, so I'm on a laptop, right?
It doesn't have your email.
My emails are on my desktop.
Okay. Well, when we get to the architect, maybe we can ask if he's got it. Did you have any other questions?
I mean, I can hold it up.
Oh,
I can hold it up. Let me go grab it.
It is available and unmuted and can talk at any time.
Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber, did you have any other questions?
Yes, I did. Just clarification, and I think Linda, you kind of touched on this.
Linda's not there.
I'm listening. I'm just getting the color board.
Okay. Okay. I was just wondering, I kind of see references to like new construction versus remodel. And I'm wondering if you can explain that again.
Okay, so the lower floor of this house has some area that's improved as living space, and then some of it was just basement area unfinished. The new living space addition, nothing's going outside the walls of the existing house. There's no new excavation for the actual living space, except I think they're going to be doing some foundation work, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So what they're doing is they're just expanding the lower level, right, into the basement area that already exists.
Okay, and so that puts it in the category of remodel, alteration, or is it new, like considered a new construction, new
we
building?
Call it an addition because they're adding living space, right? It's remodeling.
Okay.
It's remodeling the existing living space on the lower floor and expanding the lower floor into the unimproved basement area. So it's a remodel expansion.
It's a remodel expansion. Okay, because I thought I was looking at some language that implied it was like new construction. And I know sometimes if you alter more than 50% of the existing building, it kicks it into a different category. So I wasn't sure if that's what was happening. It looks like it's a substantial remodel though.
Right. Because
okay.
when they structurally alter a portion of the house, we have to count that square footage of the room they're structurally re-altering, and then we have to add the new living space square footage that's being added. So it gets to it. This is at a 50% remodel, which is why they've required the Hill Area Residential Development Permit. And the excavation is so high because they're filling in the pool and they're having to abandon the septic tank.
Okay.
So that's a lot of movement of soil that it has nothing to do with their project, their house project, right?
Okay. I'm going to continue to look for the material sample board in my other email. I did have a.
Can you see that?
I can see that.
See what I'm holding?
Yes. I don't know if you can call out what each color is for.
Yes, I can. I don't know. Let's try. Okay. So this is the entry door. Okay.
Okay.
This is actually mislabeled. Okay, so this cedar siding is gonna go like right here along the front. See it? See the horizontal
Mhm.
side?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
And this is just the pavers that are going in for the lower patio, probably. This is the roof color.
Okay.
This is the windows and door. Oops, I'm off the screen. Hang on. Okay. This is the windows and doors. See? And then,
Okay.
no.
And move it down so she can see the white you're concerned with.
Yeah, I'm having trouble because my office is very small and I'm hitting the wall now. Okay.
There you go.
And this is the exterior wall color. You can see that it's very, very, very light.
Okay. So, and what's the black?
The black, I misspoke. This is the window and door metal clad framing for the windows.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the gray next to the black on the right is for what?
Roof.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you cut out.
That's the roof.
Oh, that's the roof. Okay, got it.
And I also have another question. Did we receive any pictures of existing?
Mr. Holder, please. He's giving us feedback.
Okay. Oh, okay. Hold
Thank
on.
you.
Let me mute.
What?
Okay,
No,
no more questions for, I do have some questions. I'm sorry, I forgot. The Dave Olson,
The Dave Olman's report.
technical reconnaissance report of 12/20, 2017 referred to a new pool and a new garage, but I guess they just decided that was their initial review and then decided subsequent to that they didn't need to do those two additions.
This project has been revised, yes, from what was originally approved, but it doesn't change the geotechnical report, where they did the borings and everything and analyzed the stability of the soil and looked at the drainage.
Okay. And then on page 3 of your report, you talk about significant demolition work being done where the building official had to pull the electrical service. Can you describe that work? What was done? Was it grading? Was it just physical demolition?
No, they just tore all the sheetrock and electrical and some of, plumbing out of the house. They gutted the house. They gutted the interior of the house.
And then I wanted to, have you, just regarding the spotted owl, have you ever outreached the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service about the actions that local governments should be taking? I recognize your view on CEQA and that this is an exempt project, but given that it's an Endangered Species Act and that it's a listed threatened, I just was wondering, there's less than 300 pairs known to exist, whether it was just any other recommendations.
Well, they actually called a meeting of all the agencies. It's been a number of years now, though. It was held out at Point Reyes, and they were wanting, they gave us direction as to how to go forward, and they acknowledged that what their findings were is that their original feeling that development was negatively impacting these birds, it's not as significant as they thought it was, and so they actually have kind of loosened up their regulations to what we're doing right now. If you get a bird, if you get an expert out there, they sometimes allow the construction to occur even during the nesting season. As long as you can show that you're not going to negatively impact them.
All right, thank you. I guess we'll recognize Mr. Holder now, if you could unmute him.
Hello, good evening, commission members. Yeah, my name's Kenneth Holder. I'm with Holder Parlett in Architecture and Landscape. We're located in Kentfield. We've been, well, thanks first I wanted to say for the opportunity to present this. I'm really amazed how smoothly this process is going at this point. I feared something very different, but this already seems natural. So yes, this has been a long, arduous process that's now going back several years from our initial submittal to where we are tonight. I do want to apologize. This drawing set does not represent our best work, but it is generally, it's probably reflective of some of the, just the number of factors we had to address to get to this approved submittal. And so to address the issue of the earlier revision, in my absence, when we quickly rushed to get drawings, a new set of drawings, a secondary submittal, unfortunately, one of my staff members didn't understand that there was a draft set and printed an earlier set that I didn't intend to be issued. It literally says draft on it. Now, the only content different really effectively is a construction management plan. And I think there was a slight, that we added some construction management information to the A1.1 site plan sheet. There is, and the only other one I'm thinking of is under the tree permit, we created a more developed vegetation management plan that does appear in the final revision for the 0304 set that the town staff has in their possession. So I really apologize for that. I assure you there is no real substantial content difference. And I will try to call attention to anything that I know of that might need special attention. Just to explain a little bit about the, just a bit about the process and about the family. The proposed design, right, that you're reviewing supports and it reflects the needs, the future anticipated needs for the homeowners, Dave and Stephanie Russell, and their 2 small children. They fell in love with Fairfax years ago. The connection to the outdoor space and the strong sense of local community, and only because they were actually staying in an extended stay in Mexico when the quarantine kind of came down. They've been unable at this point, as far as I know, to get home. So I had notified them and have not heard back from them today. I was kind of hoping that they might find a way to sign on this evening, but I guess not. But they've empowered me to speak on their behalf to represent this in its entirety. So this site did have an unusual number of quirky characteristics. There were some that we've discovered during the record of survey process. There were some really challenging property line layout issues, property lines that were not where they were expected. That has all been basically addressed, and I think the strong connection with the neighbors has really sort of I think addressed that, where it's going to be everything's going to remain as it is. Now, fortunately, because the Russells had such good working rapport with the downhill neighbors, who perhaps were the most affected, they actually, this downhill neighbor extended, I believe free of charge, an easement, a sewer line easement through their upper yard to enable the family to comply by abandoning the existing septic system in favor of the connection to the Ross Valley sanitation system. So I think that was reflective of how much effort they made to really get to know their neighbors, listen to the concerns of all neighbors around. So let's see, in accordance with the recommendations of arborist Ray Moritz with Urban Forestry, a really large number of trees, as Linda has expressed, a final plan was put forward as negotiated for approval. The family is basically agreed to remove, even perhaps on some level, even more trees than they might have normally, but obviously the reduction, in order to get an approved vegetation management plan, the reduction in the fire-prone biomass, I guess that was the key word, that to really get that to a safe level. So we have effectively fully followed Mr. Moritz's recommendations to the fullest extent possible. Fortunately, it would give a really fresh new look. Some of the sort of poorly maintained trees at the street and on the side yards will be taken care of, and I think it'll be a really welcome change. So yes, we did submit and resubmit several times. The scope of work did sort of change. You know, the original scope was much more ambitious. It actually included a 2-story addition and a rework of the existing driveway, taking out the circular driveway in favor of an elevated 2-car garage off to the side. You know, due to changes over this time, I think the priorities really shifted. The family decided that it was really too involved. The cost of construction has gone up. So they've now asked us over the last year, we adapted this to pursue a far more modest project. It simply really could be characterized as just a remodeling and upgrading of the existing neglected structure, repairing much of the neglected systems, and sort of limiting the addition within the existing envelope. As planner Neil described, the upstairs we're planning on including or building in to include, there's a front porch on the front structure, and perhaps at this point it makes sense for me to share my screen. Is that worthwhile?
Yes.
Do I need to do anything here?
One moment, I do need to promote you to panelist.
Okay.
Thank you. You should be able to share at this time.
Okay. Okay. So this is a dressed up version of the way that the property exists today. If you visited the site, you saw that it's pretty dilapidated. The structure has really been poorly maintained for a very long time. It sat vacant for years. It was bought as a probate sale, and the property throughout has really not seen any maintenance in a number of years. So I think this project will be a really welcome improvement to the property. It's got a simple, distinctive shape, and we try to stay true to that overall look. It was intended that the front or the living space be heightened above the existing 8-foot ceiling inside. That was just not by current standards enough to really capture. What really made this site special was the south facing windows of Mount Tam beyond. It would be worth at this point just pointing out that the existing house does have a white stucco on 3 sides. So we actually chose to match that. We tried to match the mid-century modern appearance of the existing house by offering cedar paneling at the front, and much of the rest of the house we're basically reconstructing the white stucco shape. And in fact, I think I picked the Benjamin Moore color eye matching it on site. In an office, it probably looks fairly characterless, but we had a larger sheet on site, and it was a pretty good eye match to the existing stucco. So you can see the rear yard 2nd-story deck. In the earlier design, that was intended to be torn off, and there was a 2-story addition that was proposed in its place. So the design that stands before you now is I would say is about as modest and responsible as a proposal could be, and still bring upgrade the house to modern standards. The house, as I said, it's fallen into really bad disrepair. But the plan is, of course, fill in the existing pool, create a new side yard for the 2 children, the family's children. And we're going to be rebuilding some of the privacy screen on the 2nd-story deck to retain the privacy to the neighbor immediately adjacent. So this rendering gives at least, it's a simple, quick sketch, but I think it gives a sense of our attempt to develop a sort of an updated rapport to the street. I think we're retaining the side yard stairs down to the yard. The entry would have an overhang, and we're actually retaining much of the shape on the left side. The roof lines are intended to stay the same. We just are raising the living space with a planter in the front yard. To get you a little more oriented on the site, I know this drawing is not some of our best work, but we were trying to record all of the different agreed upon changes. The fire marshal agreed to this level of a widening of the existing driveway. He wanted the 20-foot clearance. So, and we actually were still able to, by moving a tree back, the intent would be as long as it's clear from that area, we believe that we'd be allowed to retain a parking space there. Although, actually, as I say that out loud, I realize it's not indicating that. I guess it's for discussion tonight. What would be the conditions for that? They would like to retain one street parking on this street is extremely tough because there's a deep gully on one side, and it's just not wide enough for off-street parking. So I would propose that actually this fence be dimensioned away from the fire truck clearance, and that we be allowed to have one parking space there. So yes, there's a quirky pull-through circular driveway, and it doesn't quite. It's a non-compliant design, at least according to current county standards. However, our civil engineer did 2 driving studies, and actually he didn't find that there was at any point that it proposed a problem. It is still in current use. The family asked that we widen the driveway. They have 2 small children, and they didn't want to find themselves in the condition where they might be unloading and not be able to pull through. But by county standards, it is clear that the only compliant this part doesn't quite match county standards, and it would really just be seen as a side area that by having 4 cars in the parking tandem, this would, I guess, as I understand, would comply. And I can show the parking plan if anyone would like to see that, the parking study. So the sod, you can see the sod lawn that will remain next to where the pool is. I'm not sure, it's not really clearly annotated here, the 2nd-story deck. And here is the end wall of the most adjacent neighbor that would be, whose privacy would be strongly protected by that 2nd-story deck screen. It's worth just quickly going through just some detailed renderings just to show the overall intent. We're planning on really making the lower level is technically this back area is technically living space, and we are enlarging the space against the hillside to be able to add 2 bedrooms with, you can see the egress windows there. So the front elevation, very simple, obviously mid-century modern inspiration. The south elevation, and I believe that would be the east. And then the other side would be worth looking at. This elevation shows the wall. We try to give additional sensitivity to the neighbor. There's 2 existing windows shown here and here. It's sort of the brown, and there's actually a lower level deck or a door that leads into that crawl space. So you can see it's a really minor change in any sort of privacy standards. Here we're showing a single high window in the master bathroom and no other second story windows. We're actually strongly reducing any privacy impact to neighbor privacy. So, so that probably gives the overall outline. If there's, I think it would just be worth talking about just in final is the scope for the front yard. If you see in your drawings, I actually would have to bring that up. There is the plan to re-landscape the front yard, dress that up to sort of modernize the house. So there's a considerable attention being placed to the driveway to create using drought tolerant and native plants, a small amount of just small sort of retaining and safety barriers here around the yard that are outlined on our drawings here. And I did want to just give people a close-up walkthrough, just as a sort of a closing out point, is downstairs, this is the demolition plan for the house. This drawing on the right indicates the upper level, and the area that would be added, it would be in the front at this existing porch. We're retaining the existing stairs that go down, and then this is the area. There's a large half of the basement below is basically exists as a living space now, and this indicates this area, this part of the basement. We're showing 438 square feet of built-out area to bring this to a 4-bedroom house, which matches the owner's current needs. So I hope that is complete, and I look forward to hearing your comments and questions.
Thank you. I know that there was some questions specifically that we heard originally from the commissioners. I wanted to make sure, Commissioner Gonzalez, Parber, that you got yours answered, or did anybody have any more questions for the architect? That's an easier way to do it.
There are 2 hands up. Commissioner Carolyn and Commissioner Swift.
So a couple questions for you. The upper deck, you mentioned privacy screen. Can you tell me what the material is on that?
You know, that's interesting. We actually looked at it as reconstructing the existing, but actually, as I think about it, it's something quite temporary. It's more like currently it's a bamboo material. I am sure that we could build that as a cedar. Yes, it was intended that it would be a cedar material that would be a permanent construction, and it would also comply with safety as a safety barricade as well. So it would have to be a durable, probably a stained cedar material.
So horizontal slats or?
Horizontal slats, certainly, and it would match the accent paneling on the front of the house itself. So it'd be intended to match this appearance.
And then my second question relates to the history of the project, where it seemed to be unpermitted work that had to have the electrical pulled. Can you address that?
Yeah, that was, as I understand, I was kind of hoping to, it's one of those cases where I think the owners were getting maybe impatient. The contractor was getting impatient, and they wanted to be able to assess the structure, assess what it would take to build out the basement. And I think that was sort of jumping the gun. It was clearly a mistake. It shouldn't have been done. And they did demolish, they did remove the drywall, thinking it was relatively harmless, but obviously from a design review standard, it completely changes the nature of the project. So they shouldn't have done it, and they did.
Okay, because as I took my site visit, I mean, the interior of the upper and the lower is basically just studs at this point.
Yes. Yeah. Now the house was already when the owners bought it, there was already substantial damage. A lot of drywall had fallen off due to water damage. So I guess because there was already the process, it was already falling apart, I guess they somehow felt a little more justified continuing that. So, but of course they ignored the planning from a standpoint of seeing it as an abandoned structure.
Thank you.
Okay, and just going back to the privacy screens, the current drawings, do those don't include then your thought to the cedar?
Yeah, I realize they do make a reference to it in the site plan, but it's not making, it's not stipulating, and I just saw it in the corner of my eye. I have to apologize. It's, let me see if I can.
How do I?
I think we have a reference to that on the upper level plan, but I realize it doesn't show it on the elevations clearly as it should have. You know, I think in the, let's see, like I noticed in, let's see, no, it was this drawing. What it shows up here, this is, sorry. This is the existing screen on a good day. It never really looked like that, but that's how it was drawn by our drafters. And I'm noticing it's missing in this drawing. So that would be something that it should be stated that would be reconstructed with with durable materials in place and safe, because right now you could fall through it. It's completely falling apart. So I'm calling that out on myself, is that somehow got by me in all the arrangements.
Thank you.
Okay, recognizing Commissioner Curlin and then Newton.
Actually, no.
Hello. Can you hear me? This is
Yes.
Laura. Oh, okay.
Thank
I
you.
couldn't tell. So my question was regarding the I would just like to say I think that you've done a fantastic job. I think it's a very thoughtful presentation. It looks like you had to work through quite a few issues, and I really like the design. But I do have concerns about the white. I know that you were trying to match what was existing, but maybe this is an opportunity that we could maybe soften it a little bit. Maybe go a little off-white, or maybe another, I don't know, what are your, do you have any comments to that?
I think that the owners would be thrilled to do that. I think what we were doing is taking the approach of let's minimize the change, but if the commission feels that it's too bright and maybe not as contextual as it could be, of course, I don't consider the color to be a point that they would want to make. I think they would be far more interested in looking at a more muted color if that was more comfortable to the commission.
Okay, yeah, because I think especially maybe like on the side elevations where you have like, like the 2-story, wall. The front, I mean, I think it's broken up with the with the wood siding, and I like the juxtaposition of the wood siding and the stucco. But I think especially probably on the side elevations that the white might be a little too bright. So, but other than that, it looks like it's very thoughtful, and I commend your efforts.
Commissioner Newton, and then Gonzalez-Parber.
Yeah, I had comments very similar to Commissioner Caroline's about the color. Staff were recommending a more natural earth tone for the siding to help the house blend into the hillside. And I would definitely concur that the front side of the house looks fine because of the broken up, but I would be concerned with the sides and the back as well, and so would recommend a more natural earth tone there.
Absolutely, that makes a lot of sense. I'm just was trying to think of my favorite color that I could just propose right now, but I'm open to suggestion how that might be agreed upon, what that color really is.
Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber, and this is questions for the architect.
Let's see. Okay, there I go. Yes, I have, I guess I echo the comments regarding the color. I agree. I think this is a great design. I really appreciate all the thoughtfulness that went into it. I think it would help. I don't know, if you want to kind of carry over that cedar look to the sides or use some kind of gray to break it up, but it is kind of massive on the side in terms of the white, the brightness. So yes, I think if you're willing to entertain some kind of variation there, that would be great. I did have a question for you about the lighting on Sheet A1.3, your wall-mounted lights, the legend doesn't correspond to the spec that's on the Hinkley light in the middle. And so I was wondering if maybe the legend was wrong, or if it's the spec, the specification.
And it's we're talking about the outdoor surface mount monopoint fixture.
Yes, yeah, I looked at the path lighting, and also you have like the stepped lighting, and it all seems to be pretty respectful and compliant with the dark skies. On the wall mounted, it's hard to tell whether that light fixture is adjustable or if it's projecting up. I don't know if it's an uplight, which I think would not be a good thing. I mean, if you can do some down lighting, some dark skies lighting there, but there's just a discrepancy, I think, between the specification and your legend. So I was wondering if you could clarify that.
I see that. Yes, you're absolutely right. There is, I think, in the process of change over the last few rounds, I think we had a remnant where there was at one point, the owners had an interest in uplighting. There's an existing maple tree in the front yard. I think that was a simple remnant of that. And I think that technically, I don't know if that by itself, you could say is almost that we could remove that. That fixture is a universal fixture for us. We use it in many different locations. We use it over and over for different, sometimes we'll mount it on a trellis and it only be a downlight. Sometimes we mount it, in this case, I believe we've used it to uplight that tree. And given the neighbor may have concerns, we could certainly plan to remove that. I think that's the only location that we show it remaining. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. So the other ones are all definitely downlights and step bollard lights on the far left, the sort of L-shaped modern fixture, and then the other one is just typical step lighting, path lighting throughout the site. So I would propose to just remove that.
You need to unmute yourself, Esther. Esther, you need to unmute yourself.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. There you go. Okay. I was just saying that, yes, the L-shaped lighting, I think it's fine. That's really low. It's like 15 inches high. Typically, when we do have surface mounted lights on the structure, especially where there are decks, we do like to see where the placement of the lights are and what the spec is, just because we want to make sure that we don't have too much spill over to the neighbors. And especially, we would want that to be a dark skies light, which would be downward facing instead of up. Yeah. So I think, I'm not really sure what can be done tonight about that. But that maybe is something that's changed over the years since this project started a few years ago.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions for you then for the architect? Okay, Commissioner Swift, and then I have some questions.
So you mentioned during your presentation about the street parking.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not in the plans that we have before us. And I would have a question to that. That concerns me as far as proposing a change for street parking right now, especially when we're looking at that as a requirement of fire engines and the Ross Valley Fire Department requirements. So can you explain that, or if that is something you're actually trying to get changed tonight?
I think, yes, we've submitted and resubmitted, and over time, I think pushing for the street parking became less and less of a concern as the scope of work changed it was something that would be preferred, and I would say this was the area where I'm trying to show on the screen that there was a study that we were proposing, and I realized that we haven't actually carried that all the way through the set. The property, let's see if I can find the driveway. Well, it doesn't show on this drawing. Here we go. The fire marshal agreed upon a widening.
I guess maybe.
Are you muted?
Linda, can you mute yourself? Thanks.
Let's see, and I'm sorry, I can't, well, it's gonna take a second to update. So there was, with the fire marshal, we negotiated a minor widening in the street. He didn't seem to have any issue with that, but I realized that we haven't coordinated. So I'm perfectly fine to remove that from any sort of proposal because it's not coordinated through this set, I'm realizing.
Hey, thank you. I also had a question, and in the CR Stro survey that was done, it identified that the pool was over the property line. And I wanted to first find out how does that relate then to you filling in the pool, or the proposal of you filling in the pool, and ultimately this easement that staff is saying that they'll put on the property.
Oh, I see. The property, I don't know how I'm sorry, my presentation software crashed, so I'm just bringing it back up. I don't know why they would have said that. I don't remember seeing anywhere where the pool, I'll bring that up on the screen here.
I'm trying to find where it was too, because I remember reading it, but okay, I won't worry about it until I can re-find it again. I was going to ask about the parking on the road, so that got addressed. I didn't have any other questions, and I don't see anybody else. So I think that we're done with the architect questions, and I'd like to then thank you for your time, and I'm going to open it up
Thank you.
now to any members of the public, either who would like to speak on this item. I'm recognizing Rob Sandusky.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi, good to see everybody. Thanks for providing this access online. It's really awesome. I'm the neighbor to the west of the proposed property. We're really excited to have Dave and Stephanie and their growing family move in. We have 2 kids, and they'll be of babysitting age, so you might want to pass that along. A couple of quick notes. I noticed in the packet that was sent out, and I forwarded an email with an image description to Linda in discussion of the repaving with regard to the fire truck turnaround. We'd like to request, it looks like where the paving would stop, there's already a fair amount of road damage there. And there's actually a natural seam about 10 feet further up the road where a drainage goes below the road. We'd like to ask, if possible, if they could just pave up to that seam. Concern is, like, as they know that areas used for turnarounds, especially large trucks, delivery trucks and so on, garbage trucks, and over time, I think the weight of those trucks have created a couple of sort of sinkholes, not really sinkholes, but indentations that's breaking up the pavement. It's probably about an additional 125 square feet of pavement on the west end of the paving area. And it, in the packet, I think, I'm not sure I mentioned it, page 93, I think, was where that detail was.
Before you go on, I just wanted to clarify that is a request to pave the street. Oh, geez. And you're referencing something in the packet that gives that detail?
Yeah, it's in this on page 93 of the packet, the PDF file, and it was in reference to the area. I think there was mention that, and I could be wrong about this, but I thought there was mention that in the area there, in order to accommodate the fire trucks, as construction finished up, they'd be paving out in front of the property. And it looked like the paving point would stop at the edge of the existing driveway. And we'd just like to throw out there if it could be extended up to the seam where the drainage goes across the road a little bit further up. It's about probably 10 feet further up. It's kind of an angled area, so it'd be probably about 125 square feet of pavement, but wanted to throw that in there.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Sandusky?
Just really looking forward to having this move forward. We've been sitting next to that house for several years now, and it's a bit of an attractive nuisance. So I'll be glad when we get a family in there and some kids who can enjoy it. So thanks for moving this project forward.
Do we have anybody on the phone that would like to speak on this item?
We do have one caller on the phone, so it might be worth just reminding anybody on the phone that it's *9 to raise your hand. If you're calling in from a telephone, *9 to raise your hand and *6 to mute and unmute. And our telephone
has a raised hand.
Has raised their hand.
Go ahead.
I'm unmuted.
You are.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, this is Ian Davidson at 92 on the opposite side of this property from Mr. Sandusky you just spoke with, and I did have a couple things regarding privacy and a little light situation. We've had people parking in the circular driveway when the driveways were still left open recently. And when they pull in on Mr. Sandusky's side and go down, they'd be parking there, and the headlights would flood in to our porch and our living room area. We're just down below it on the side, right next to that property. So previously they had planned for a carport, and it wasn't an issue. But since we've been dealing with the fact that people not related to that property have been parking there, and the headlights have been coming in, it kind of brought it to our attention that we're going to need something to mitigate that. I don't know exactly how or which way, because I know planting and with fire danger and different things, if it would be a fence-related thing or a planting thing, or maybe a little bit more of a wall in the very front corner of that house. That's the upstairs master bathroom upstairs, that corner area. But then there's one other issue, if I could go into that. It's the window that's being put in for the master bathroom up there. And there's a major privacy issue between our carport and our house, which is pretty much the only private area we have on the property. If there's a way they could take that window, maybe raise it up a little, and or have textured glass like it is currently with the current bathroom that's up there, they have that privacy glass. That would be very helpful.
That's very, thank you very much for taking the time to call in. And I'd like to ask Mr. Holder regarding the first question. He's bringing up the circular driveway and concern about lighting hitting the property. And it seemed like the second item regarding the window of the master bathroom was easy to address. But maybe two responses. One is, did you feel that the landscaping or an extension of a fence of some type would address this issue? And do you prefer clear story or textured on the bathroom? You'll need to unmute yourself.
No one told me I didn't turn on my camera. I didn't mean to be shy there. I just knew at this first Zoom session ever. So I think that was an interesting point about the issue of headlights shining into the neighboring, into his yard. And as I think about it, I wish I had a photo of that area. I was just looking for it. The yard does drop down quite quickly, and I'm sure we are absolutely in a position to repair or replace any and all fence that's within city requirements, within city limitations. So if that's limited to a 6-foot high fence, I think because of the level change, I don't know that a fence by itself would prevent the light intrusion issue completely. There is a bunch of bamboo. There's a thicket of bamboo in this area that has to, of course, be removed. I was just trying to think about what would be we could look at a screening type privet or some appropriate plan for that property line to address that concern, because I could see why that would be really quite intrusive. So given that we're going to be taking out some bamboo, I'd like to propose that we provide appropriate screening shrubs along where I'm kind of indicating in blue, I believe is the angle where that a car would present a problem. But otherwise, there is an existing 6-foot fence that I think
Mr. Holder, you're not sharing your screen with us anymore, so it looks like you're talking about a plan, but we can't see that.
I am very sorry about that. Yes. Oh, let's see. Share screen. Okay.
But I think we understand as long as.
Yeah, so it's basically that area. There's this would be the area that could be most effective, is if in this area there is an existing oak, if we just planted along the existing pathway a series of screening shrubs to do what's possible, because it would have to be up quite a bit higher, I think. I don't think the 6-foot fence would take care of the problem fully. So if we could add that to the conditions of approval, I'm sure the owners would take care of it.
And then I wanted to ask Linda staff regarding the comment on the extension across the road 10 feet further, and the person was trying to refer to something in the set of plans. Was that clear for you where that was, and that it's not a significant amount more? I just want to make sure that that's clear for you more than us. I can't hear you, Linda.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So my understanding is that there is room for the fire truck and additional area that can be leveled with minor grading that would provide an additional space for a car. And the staff doesn't necessarily have a problem with that. The owner, we have them all over Fairfax. The owners just have to know that that is not their space. If they level that space, it's first come, first serve. It's in the public right of way. It's for all the neighbors to use.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think I was asking about Mr. Sandusky's point.
That.
He would like to have, he thought there was a condition in here that said they've got to pave. And if there is a condition, can they go 10 feet further I guess it's currently cut off at the edge of the driveway, but he wants to extend it to the seam of something. And I want to make sure you understand that and we can craft that in here. That's a reasonable request.
I think I would ask Ben that. So it's extending beyond anywhere where they're doing any improvements to cover an existing roadway situation that they haven't created. Ben, are you able to respond to that?
Also show us where that is on this plan, because that description just wasn't clear to me. I was lost.
Yeah, that's the concern is What exactly are we talking about?
Mr. Sandusky, the first speaker, well, he's also raising his hand, but the first speaker said that he thought there was a condition in this packet that required them to pave on Toyon Drive but that they were only showing to the edge, see that edge of AC pavement, and then he wanted it extended further. And Linda's point is, well, we don't usually require them to go beyond the property line, but here there's the property line if you extend it straight off. And if they're going all the way there, or I'm not quite sure. Maybe we need to get some clarification from Mr. Sandusky again. Now that we've got this plan up, if he can see it, it'd be great to hear from him.
This is the closest.
Can we get him to unmute Mr. Sandusky? Maybe he can also.
I mean, can people still hear me? Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, there is a condition that says that if a construction project damages, or, we make them go out ahead of time and they photograph the existing conditions, right? If the construction vehicles create new damage, they are required to fix it. If the owners are willing to just go beyond their, where they're actually doing their work and voluntarily agree to pave that, that's one thing. But otherwise, what we normally do is it's only if their construction deteriorates the existing situation more.
Can you tell us what condition that is, please? I feel like Mr. Sandusky was referring to something that.
Yeah, while she's looking that up, I'm not sure what the regulations are
Can you
around.
say your name, please?
Oh, sorry, Rob. Yeah, Rob Sandusky, 78 Toyon Drive.
Thank you.
I wasn't sure if, I know when we did some remodels, we had that same condition if there was additional damage to the road, being responsible for repaving. It wasn't clear from the plan if that was determined that they would be repaving or if that was a possibility. I'd like to throw out if they do end up doing repaving in front of the house, they might want to take a look at the road there and see if they could extend it up to there's a drainage pipe underneath the road, and you can see where the road has been repaved over that pipe. And there's some damage in there which could, eventually undermine any new paving they do if they bring the pavement up another 10 feet to where the edge of the pavement over the drainage pipe is. There's like a visible.
Mr. Holder, can you show us where that drainage pipe is on there, or you cannot see it either?
Happen to find a photo.
So maybe
I think I emailed Linda earlier at the beginning of the call with a photo showing it.
All right, let me.
Do you see it on my screen? Because I've got a photo on my screen.
I see the plan of Toyon Drive. So it's probably about where.
Oh, let me.
You've got. Yeah, it's probably about where you've got the 15-inch pine.
Here, actually, I found a photo. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. So.
Is that true?
Yeah, about right where the photo starts to go into. It's kind of blown out, but where the sun starts outside of the shade.
Right. It's right in here, isn't it?
No, it's if you look where that Toyota pickup truck is, and right below it, if you come down to where the shadow of the tree starts, directly below the truck.
Right in here.
Kind of, yeah. The drainage pipe comes out there and it cuts a little bit diagonally across the road, a little bit further down from that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's probably it's kind of a triangle shape, 16 foot on one edge and 7 foot on the other edge, and roughly about 125 square feet of pavement. If you're doing repaving, it might make sense to extend it that far just so that you have a nice coverage there and you're not dealing with seepage coming in from the indentations in the road.
And I just forwarded Mr. Sandusky's photograph that was attached. Anyway, you should all have it now. It has some markings that show it more clearly what he's asking for.
And so this photo that we've got up here, then normally that condition really that you're talking about is there's nothing else that's shown on this plan then that would address what he's asking for. And there would not be a nexus from the project work to the conditions of approval for us to require it. But I guess, is that right, Ben?
Well, what I can tell you is from the looks of it, it looks to me like when they bring the construction vehicles in, it probably is going to damage that more. And if
Right.
you look at condition number 7, it's, no, condition number 8, any damages to the public portions of Toyon Oak Woodland or other public roadway used to access the site resulting from construction-related activities shall be the responsibility of the property owner. So maybe the way to handle this is just to, in the conditions, reiterate that, let's see, the condition that requires them to provide a survey of the roadways. Let's make sure that's in here.
Yeah, well, Linda's
The
looking.
applicant shall prepare and file with the Public Works Director a videotape of the roadway conditions on the public construction delivery routes prior to the start of construction.
That, Linda?
It's page 4, right at the top, B.
Yeah. So how do you pull those together? Because you started to go into that direction by adding a little language, or no?
Well, I was just saying you could maybe describe. So that's a pipe there where it's sinking, Mr. Sandusky. Is that there's a pipe?
Yeah. There's the pipe's okay. It's just on the south or the east side of that pipe towards the property where it's starting to buckle up.
So maybe just put in language, particularly the sink area, right? The sink area to the south of the, am I right? South of the circular, upper portion of the circular driveway. Pay particular attention to the sink.
Yeah, it would be to the west, northwest-ish of the driveway, the circular driveway.
So would that, you could do that?
On Toyon though, right, Linda?
Yes.
Right. Okay, good. Okay, well, thanks, Linda, for helping. Ben wants to say something to Director Berto.
Yes, briefly, there's 2 ways you can go about it, as Linda pointed out, and the chair also. There are nexus issues. Generally, you're responsible for improving your frontage, but this is beyond that. Another approach, and one that I've seen done, is you're going to be mobilizing paving crew no matter what. And sometimes it's helpful for kind of the neighbors who notice, an existing deteriorated problem to discuss this with the applicant and say, hey, look, I'm willing to throw in X amount. And it's sort of a good neighbor thing. And the last thing is, of course, if an applicant's willing to say, sure, I'll do it. It's going to cost, X thousands of dollars. But, if it's something that makes everybody happy. Those are 3 options. But, falling back on what Linda said, I mean, this is a pretty washed out picture, but the toe of that slope does look pretty chewed up, and construction vehicles do have a tendency to make problems like that worse.
Ben, I forgot to send you Mr. Sandusky's picture. It's better actually because it's looking, so anyway, I just sent it to you. Can you see it?
I'll wait for it.
Okay, so I appreciate Mr. Sandusky's and Mr. Holder's participation. I'm going to go ahead, and if we don't have any other public feedback, either on the phone or I recognize no other hands. Is there any more that I'm not aware of? Hearing none, then
No, I see no other hands.
Thank you. I'll close the public hearing then, and we'll move Mr. Holder then into the attendee group. Moving it back then to the Planning Commission. Linda, I wanted to make sure that during your presentation, you said that the filling of the pool per the 21020 report required a deed restriction be recorded. Did you have a chance to look through your conditions to make sure that that was there? I want to make sure that that gets in there.
Yes,
because
I may have forgotten it.
Okay, well, you look at that, and then I'll let turn discussion over to the Planning Commission, recognizing Commissioner Swift's raised hand.
So I had a question for staff as well. Mr. Davidson brought up 2 issues. Two issues. One was the headlights that were entering his property, and there was discussion on putting shrubs there, and also a discussion of the fence. So fences 6 feet, if a fence were to be, after looking at this, a possible solution, would then the applicant come in for a fence variance? Is that a possibility?
Yes, if it had to be higher than 6 feet, they would require a variance from the Planning Commission.
Okay, so that's a possibility if replacing that fence and making it higher would take care of the headlight issue.
Right.
And the other possibility that was addressed there was putting in new shrubbery there. But I think my thought on that as well would be, to me, that would require a new vegetation management plan, potentially, because that's changing the vegetation and it is along a fence line. So I'm just.
Yeah, I mean, so the fire will review this again at the building permit stage. They review all the building permits, and if the vegetation management plan needs to be revised, they can review it and approve it at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Linda, Linda, did you find that condition about this? Mm-hmm.
Yes, I did. It's condition 36.
Okay, good. Okay, so that's in there. So any discussion on this resolution then and modifications that would need to be made? What we've heard so far are changes. Well, I don't want to reiterate them again, do I? Does anybody else have a motion? Commissioner Curlin.
I think an issue that we discussed a lot with the designer was the exterior color of the stucco. So I think we should have, we need to address that as part of.
Okay. Well, I'll take another stab at trying to pull it all together. Here we go.
Chair, before you do that, if I may, you asked about items on the reso. So one of the ones that I had looked at was item 34, which it goes to the spotted owl. And item 34 says construction shall be prohibited during the nesting season from February 1st to July 1st. Now, in the staff report, we talk about the possibility that, if it could be, some construction could be possible, or if the sound's mitigated. And in past resolutions, what we've done there is address that not as a total prohibition, but having an applicant go to Fish and Wildlife and get some approval from them to do some work during that period of time.
Yeah, and I think that there is a conflict between condition 5, 17, 34 regarding different, not 17, conflict 5 and 34. No, 34, yes, that have different months of the year. But I agree with you. That was going to be my recommendation, that they provide proof of U.S. Fish and Wildlife, a no-taking permit for the building.
I can read the language that we got into the 572 Cascade if you would like to hear it again. What you can insert in the resolution for 88. What it says is construction shall be prohibited during the northern spotted owl nesting season from February 1st through July 31st, unless a plan for allowing construction activities during this period is submitted by a qualified spotted owl biologist and approved by the State Department of Fish and Wildlife, with documentation of the approval provided to the town prior to initiating any construction activities. All requirements listed in the plan, including potential on-site monitoring, must be met by the applicants at all times. Did you want to insert that under the
Linda, can I ask the question of, can you just clarify the ending date, the 1st of July or the 31st?
No, let me look at my spotted owl file that I have right here.
And if I might, while Linda's doing that.
July 31st, oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The paragraph 5 that you were referring to that you thought was in conflict is a different prohibition. It's about not doing excavation.
I think it's the same thing, that even grading should not occur, which is excavation.
No, I think it's different than the spotted owl nesting season. I think it has to do with the wet weather.
Yeah, it does. That's in our town code, actually, and it's considered to be the rainy season. And then there's language, I believe, in the code that says it can be waived or modified by the town engineer depending upon the weather or something like that. If it's not raining, you know, he or she can modify that prohibition date.
Okay, does anybody want to take a stab at anything?
I can make a motion. Well, you know, I also, before I do though, I think we ought to do some of the same types of changes to the tree permit language, although it's us this time and not the tree committee. So I would like us to refer to the arborist report, I'm sorry, the tree preservation protection plan that we have in that on page 3. Maybe include some of the same language that we added for the 181 Myrna.
Okay,
Linda, I'm not sure how to do that when on page 3. In other words, everything above whereas is just your findings. But what would we modify under the conditions? We would have to insert into whereas number 1, whatever arborist report, and then any conditions that you want to handle. Where would that go, or how?
Well, so what we try to achieve is when we do the number 1 under that whereas, we're citing any reports and plans that you want to make sure they comply with, right? So that you don't necessarily have to repeat the conditions that are in those things again, right? And so we can do what we did before. We'll just say, we'll include, you know, so the project is approved per the following plans and documents. We'll add the tree protection plan and the arborist report and all the conditions and everything. We'll add it on there. Does that satisfy everyone's concerns, or no?
I have a question. Chair Rodriguez. Oh, cannot hear.
I'm trying to write what Linda was saying because I need the physical words in here to be able to verbalize them. So she's referring to the Urban Forestry Associates September 5th, 2017 report. And then was there a different report? You mentioned 2. I saw an application for tree removal.
Oh, no, doesn't this also have a tree protection plan approved by the, a vegetative management plan that we referenced on the previous item? We referenced the tree protection plan and the vegetative management.
Yeah, it's part of A12 plan, which is already in here.
So,
it's listed.
We have a reference to the vegetation management plan. That's the one dated March 4th, 2020. And it's the tree preservation protection plan that's dated September 2017, I think, September 5th.
2/1/20. Okay, all right, that's good. I'd like to recognize Commissioner Gonzalez-Parver.
I just wanted to clarify, are we moving to approve this with the following revisions and additions, or are we giving the planners and the discretion to complete the design review administratively, or are we moving to continue this with the following revisions? So I'm just trying to figure out, because we're talking about design issues, we're talking about The lights, we don't have any information on the light specs. There's a lot of little things. And I'm wondering if are we talking about continuing this or giving the planning department the discretion to complete the review?
That is the direction I'm hearing us move in.
Okay.
And if you're uncomfortable with that, then this would be the time to express it.
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure that it is included somewhere in the language that we are giving our staff the discretion to complete the design review with the stated revisions or requests.
And I think Mimi was maybe trying to get her head around a recommendation. I wrote all the changes down. I could do it again, but I don't want to get everybody mad. So I'm going to wait for Commissioner Newton.
Madam Chair, you're very difficult to hear. Did you mute yourself, or if you could raise your volume a little bit? Thank you.
I don't know how to raise my volume. I'm getting tired.
Yeah, that's what's happening to me too.
Okay, Commissioner Newton.
All right. Unless somebody else waves at me, I'm going to try to summarize this in emotion, with emotion. All right. So I move to approve resolution number 2020-02 of the Fairfax Planning Commission approving application number 20-03 for Hill Area Residential Development, excavation, tree removal, and design review permits for residents at 88 Toyon Road, with the resolution attached to the staff report with the following changes on page 3 in paragraph 1, a reference to the tree preservation protection plan dated or attached to the tree removal application dated 3/9/20, and the vegetation management plan dated 3/4/20. Also, the change to the plans by Holder Parlett Architecture should be changed to 2/1/2020 from 3/4/20. And we need to add a reference to the Dave Olness plans dated 2/10/2020. On the next page, paragraph B, we're going to include a reference in that requirement that says the applicant shall pay particular attention to the sink area to the northwest of the circle driveway on Toyon. In paragraph 34, staff is going to insert language allowing for some construction during the northern spotted owl nesting season from February 1st through July 31st, with language that she had read into the record regarding going to the Fish and Wildlife and get approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Newton. I heard some other.
Not
Are you
done.
not done yet?
Not
Okay,
done.
Thank you. Thank you. Good.
Removing the language in paragraph 37, and because it's duplicative of paragraph 35, and let's add in there language indicating that further design review will be performed administratively by planning staff with respect to both the lighting as discussed and the more natural color for the exterior of the structure. And that's all I have.
Did you want to add screening for the driveway lights? As staff would approve, whatever, either landscaping or a fence or whatever they.
Yeah, let's make that a new paragraph 38.
Okay.
And there was also the window from the master bedroom being clear story or textured glass, and the upper deck being horizontal slate or
Cedar.
horizontal cedar.
So we'll make the paragraph 39, the clear story window, master bath, and the paragraph 40 about the cedar siding. No.
It was second story deck slats being cedar siding or cedar slats. Cedar wood slats.
Sideways cedar wood slats, sideways
Horizontal
cedar slats. Very alliterative or whatever. Okay. Sideways cedar second story slats.
Linda,
for privacy.
Linda, I wanted to ask you, yes, I love that for privacy. I wanted to ask you, Linda, she inserted that language on the roadway in that B, but you originally said it in 8. Does it really matter?
Let me look at 8 again. No, I don't think so, because it doesn't really matter. What you're saying is when they're doing the filming of the road, they're supposed to really film that so that we know if it's deteriorated more from their construction.
Okay, is there any amendments to Commissioner Newton's motion? I see 2 hands, Commissioner Swift and then Commissioner Curlin.
So just for clarification, on page 3, the number 1 under the whereas, where I think the tree preservation plan, and Linda can clarify this, is dated 2/1/20.
Correct.
Okay, so we want to have the 2/1/20 in there.
Sure.
Which also, I think when you look at page 4 under H, it has it dated as September 5th, 2017.
I think we're talking about 2 different things. So there's a plan sheet as part of the plans that's dated 2/1.
Okay.
And then there's the preservation report.
Okay, and then the other was, I believe, the plans by the architect are 3/4/20, correct, Linda?
They are, I just want to check again. Oh, I don't have those plans.
Because I think, Mimi, you mentioned a different date, I think.
I thought when Linda first read
the actual file. Hang on, let me look at the date on the actual.
I think Linda gave us some additional changes when she first went through the resolution before we even asked our questions.
The set that the town engineer has and the final set that I have are 3/4/20, the architect's
That's
plan.
in the resolution. Good.
Oh, okay, I misheard you. Sorry.
Swift,
Yeah.
how about Commissioner Curlin and some changes?
Okay, yes, I just wanted to clarify a friendly amendment to Mimi's excellent additional conditions on the miscellaneous, but it was the color of the stucco that we were looking for alternate the help of staff to determine that. And I believe, I don't know if we addressed on page 3 Number 17, I think it has we need to correct the date for the spotted owl nesting season.
Oh, I think we got that, didn't we?
Okay, I just didn't remember, and that was all that I had to add.
And
Yes.
so the only other point of clarification had to was on plan, this is regarding lighting, plan A13, that I thought she said outdoor path lighting, or maybe it was wall mounted lighting had to be down lighting or dark sky compliant. I just want to make sure to capture Gonzalez Parber's
No,
language.
it was the exterior wall mounted light.
Okay, exterior wall mount. Okay, exterior wall mount. And then it was like the stucco had to be earth tone, replace the Benjamin Moore Chantilly with an earth tone. Is that what we were doing for stucco? Yes. Okay, well, we've got a motion and several friendly reminders. Staff member Neil, can you please?
Can I just clarify, did I miss the condition because I was writing that you wanted staff to approve some kind of landscaping or fence screening for the headlights in the driveway?
This was screening shrubs to 92 UN Drive.
Which one was that?
Paragraph 38.
Paragraph 38. Okay, thank you. Oh, yes. Okay, I did get it. All right. Thanks.
And then if it was, if the solution to that was raising the fence beyond the 6 feet, then would they need to come back for a variance?
Yes. Yes, because it hasn't been noticed for a fence variance.
Right. Yeah, but coming up with the solution for that issue.
Right.
So staff member Neil, then let's take a vote. Oh, vote.
Okay. Well, here we go.
Second.
Oh, right. Thank you very much. Did we have a second?
Was that the motion?
That was her motion, and
With all the amendments and the friendly amendment, it was an excellent motion, and I will second it.
We have a second from Commissioner Fregoso.
Okay, I'll call roll. Swift.
Aye.
Gonzalez Parber.
Aye.
Newton.
Aye.
Fragoso.
Aye.
Kierline.
Aye.
Acting Chair Rodriguez.
Aye. The motion passes 3-6-7-0. And let's take another 5-minute break. Oh, this is so lovely. We have 4 of us back, so I am going to go ahead and 5. Good. So this is starting the Planning Commission meeting again on item number 3, which is for 572 Cascade Drive, application 20-4, and staff member Neil for a presentation, please.
Linda, you're still muted.
Still muted.
Can you unmute?
Yes. Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay, the
Point of
proposed.
order.
Oh.
Before we get in there, did we announce the appeal period for the 2 prior decisions? Can we do that now? Can you go off mute, Michelle?
Ben, you'll have to do it because it's not written down here. And
I'll do
our ordinances.
Anyone dissatisfied or with concerns about the decisions the Planning Commission made on the 2 previous projects, which were 181 Myrna and 88 Toyon Road, you have 10 calendar days to file an appeal, and you can contact the town clerk. The appeal fee is $500, and you have to complete an appeal form, which I believe is online. If you have any questions, you can contact me by email at lneal@townoffairfax.org if you want to appeal anything. Or call me at 415-458-2344.
Thanks, Commissioner Newton. All right, you were going to start your presentation on 572 Cascade.
Okay, the proposed project consists of the following: construction of a 3-story residential structure with associated decks and a patio, removal of an old catch basin inlet located approximately 2/3 of the way up the property along the western side property line, and existing 8-inch storm drain pipe, and daylighting the water runoff from the original, I can't follow my writing here, hang on, and daylighting the water runoff from the hillside above the proposed house into a more natural swale that more closely follows the original natural drainage path of the water, installation of a drainage pipe to take water underneath Cascade Drive to the San Anselmo Creek, and improvement and paving of the shared driveway that will lead to the proposed garage and also provide vehicle access to the property west of the site at 578 Cascade. Project grading consists of roughly 690 cubic yards of cut material to create the house and garage, the patios, the stormwater detention basin, drainage swale about the house, septic tanks, and the septic system sand filter, as well as other site grading for the drainage system, sewer and water lines, etc., with roughly 26 cubic yards of fill and roughly 664 cubic yards of off-haul. The project complies with all the setback, height, floor area ratio, and lot coverage regulations in the RS6 zone district where it is located. It requires the approval of the following discretionary permits: a hill area residential development permit, an excavation permit, a tree removal permit, and a design review permit. I'll just reiterate what the purpose of the hill area residential development permit is. It is to encourage the maximum retention of natural topographic features, minimize grading of hillside areas, provide a safe means of ingress and egress to and within hillside areas, minimize water runoff and soil erosion during and after construction, prevent loss of life, reduce injuries and property damage, and minimize economic dislocations from geographic hazards, and to ensure that infill development on hillside lots is of a size and scale appropriate to the property and is consistent with other properties in the vicinity. The house has been located on the portion of the site that has no trees and is immediately adjacent to the already graded driveway that serves the site and the adjacent residents to the west at 578 Cascade Drive. All of the improvements for the house have been located at the front of the site, with the majority of the site being retained in its natural state. The proposal will result in modest widening and extension of the existing driveway to provide adequate access to the proposed garage, which will provide parking for 3 vehicles in separate 2-car and 1-car garages. Cascade Drive will be the Cascade Drive roadway will be widened by roughly 4 feet along the property frontage to accommodate the required 8-foot by 40-foot long fire truck staging area required by the Ross Valley Fire Department. This property is also within a 1/4 mile of a known northern spotted owl nesting site, and therefore construction may not occur or must be minimized and or monitored to be kept below certain noise levels to limit negative impacts to the birds during the nesting season, which is February 1st through July 31st. That's a correction to the staff report. Okay. Town engineers have reviewed the entire body of information provided by the applicants, and they have determined that the project can be constructed as proposed without creating any significant geologic or hydrologic hazards for adjacent public or private properties, as long as certain conditions are complied with, and those conditions have been incorporated into the resolution. This has kind of a sophisticated drainage system. It's been designed to intercept and divert surface water and subsurface water away from the building footprint. Water flowing down the restored natural swale behind the house will be intercepted by a head wall at the northeast corner of the house, where it will be directed into a 12-inch pipe and be carried to the bottom of the site, and then released into a cobblestone drainage channel to slow it down before directing the water into the 12-inch pipe that runs under Cascade Drive. Water from the driveway and the roof structure will be captured in downspouts and directed into smaller 4-inch pipes that will run around the back of the house along the east and west sides before depositing it in a bioretention basin at the front of the property between the driveway and the front property line. From the detention basin, the water will flow into the outlet dissipator that serves to disperse and slow the water further from the hill, from the speed it gets coming down the hillside, before directing it into the 12-inch pipe underneath Cascade and ultimately into the San Anselmo Creek. Environmental health, the town engineer, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Army Corps of Engineers, the Marin Water Quality Control representatives, and the Water Quality Board have all seen the preliminary plans for the septic system and have approved the proposed location of the tanks and the drip field and expressed support for the design. So staff was originally concerned that because of the proximity to San Anselmo Creek that there might be a problem with the septic system on this property, but nobody seems to be concerned about that. And the concern that came up when we all met out at the site was that there be some kind of commensurate restoration of some of the drainage of the site to I don't want to use the word mitigate, to commensurate to the areas that will be disturbed by the house footprint. And it was agreed upon by the required agencies to take that pipeline and restore that behind the house to a natural drainage swale with landscaping and willow sprigs, and you can see that on the plans. So the proposed structure complies with the design review criteria with the exception of a couple of features. The structure does conform to the general character of other structures in the vicinity. It will require minimal disturbance to the 34,029 square foot site for grading the house pad, driveway, septic and drainage system, and water line improvements. The construction will require the removal of 23 trees to comply with fire safety, fire access, and defensible space requirements of the Ross Valley Fire Department. And the recommendations of the project arborist. The vegetative management plan was approved by the fire department on February 25th of 2020. And at the January 27th, 2020 tree committee meeting, the committee took action recommending that the commission approve the tree permit application, subject to the conditions that the applicants work with the Ross Valley Fire Department to try and keep as many healthy trees as possible, and that any healthy trees that are removed be replaced at a minimum ratio of 1:1. That was incorrect in your original staff report. I misread the tree committee's report, and Commissioner Swift brought to my attention. The requirement was only that the healthy trees being removed be replaced at a 1:1 ratio. And they have done that. They're proposing 3 oaks and 5 myrtles. The exterior of the structure will be articulated through the use of alternating horizontal and vertical siding, varied roof heights and pitches, the use of varied window sizes throughout the exterior of the building, stepping the back of the front facade between the 2 garage door building faces, the inclusion of the expanded entry walkway up the east side of the building, the second floor entry, and with the inclusion of 2 decks off the front of the structure. Hang on. Overall, staff feels the house has been designed to be in scale with the project site and similar to other structures in the neighborhood. What is somewhat incongruous about the project design is the extra tall 2-car garage door, which in staff's opinion lends an industrial appearance to the structure. Furthermore, the other single car garage door completes a street-facing ground level, which is dominated by vehicle parking. We recommend a redesign that reduces the visual prominence of the garage doors. The other unusual aspect of the design is the large 17-foot deep upper deck off the 3rd floor that projects out from the building at an angle and presents a point towards the street. The appearance of the deck is also unusual because of the way it is supported due to the distance it extends out from the building face. Instead of an open structural bracing system, the support structure for the deck has been enclosed with an unspecified sheathing material or siding that slopes back towards the building and gives the structure an odd appearance, somewhat like a ship's prow. The house ground level is several feet above Cascade Drive. That, combined with the 2 dominant street-facing design elements, the garage doors and the extended deck, give the house a street view that is unusual and, in staff's opinion, inharmonious with the neighborhood. If the commission shares staff's concerns, they can condition the project upon the deck either being reduced in depth. Another option would be to reorient it so that it does not require a support system and does not have to be enclosed with sheathing. The commission could also continue this project to the June meeting and ask the applicant to provide alternative designs for the deck and or the different design treatments that could be applied to minimize the appearance of the large garage door. They also could, with regards to the garage doors, they could maybe combine the two separate doors into one wider articulated one, with the remainder of the southeast side of the facade designed with the pedestrian entry features. So there's a number of ways the project can be redesigned. We've already addressed the landscaping. The project proposes using exterior LED wall-mounted light fixtures. The fixtures have a silver finish, and the only fixtures are proposed for the exterior of the building, with one adjacent to the garage and the other adjacent to the front entry stairs. The fixtures are dark sky compliant, directing the light downwards and limiting light spillage beyond the area being lit. The exterior lighting proposed seems inadequate to staff, and we would support the same fixture being located adjacent to both of the patio doors, one next to each of the doors to the front decks and one next to the front door at the top of the stair entryway. The project will require the excavation of 690 cubic yards of material and fill of 26 cubic yards of material. And most of that excavation is due to the construction of the 603 square foot 3-car garage. The zoning ordinance only requires the provision of one covered parking space for a residential property, and so the proposed 3-car garage far exceeds the requirements. The creation of the 3-car garage is not required by the code, so that doesn't necessarily seem to be minimizing excavation of the site. However, the applicant has indicated that he needs the additional garage space to store his numerous vehicles. A search of the Marin County Tax Assessor's records has revealed that there are other properties in the Cascades subdivision neighborhood that have even larger garages, so the proposal is not necessarily excessive relative to other residentially developed properties in the area. And since the garage is being proposed underneath the existing living space, it will not result in any additional disruption to the site, and the house does have a relatively small footprint. Town engineers have indicated that the site can be developed without causing adverse geologic or hydrologic problems for the adjacent properties, as long as the following conditions are complied with and the plans are reviewed and approved by them prior to issuance of the building permit. 1, a title report shall be submitted with the building permit application. 2, design level grading, drainage, and erosion control plans shall be submitted. 3, structural, wastewater, and construction management plans shall be provided. And 4, a design level geotechnical report shall be provided. And then we had a change on page 12 to the staff report. Somehow the fire department conditions got replaced with one condition that doesn't even apply to this project from the sanitary district. So the fire department condition should read that the project shall comply with the 2016 California Fire Code, Chapter 7A, and 2016 California Resources Code, R337, due to the site location in a wildland urban interface zone. All vegetation and construction materials shall be maintained away from the residents during construction. Hydrant flow and location must be identified on the building permit plans prior to issuance of the building permit. The width of Cascade Drive must be a minimum of 20 feet wide along the property frontage and must be asphalt or concrete capable of taking 50,000 pounds of vehicle weight. A fire sprinkler system shall be installed throughout the entire building in compliance with the National Fire Protection Association 3D and local standard, 13D, 13-D and local standards. The residents shall be provided with interconnected smoke detectors and with carbon monoxide alarms, and address numbers at least 4 inches tall must be in place adjacent to the front door and in a location visible from the street, and must be internally illuminated or otherwise lit in a manner so they will remain illuminated all night.
Linda, did the applicant get all of those changes before tonight?
No, they did not. Yeah. So we're recommending that you approve the application 20-4 by adopting resolution 2020-3, which sets forth the findings and the conditions for project approval. But we've also provided you with an alternative recommendation, and that would be that you would continue the project and direct the applicant to redesign the project to minimize the appearance of the ground floor garage doors and the third floor deck, so it presents a balanced facade appearance from the street and minimizes the garage doors' visual dominance over the design. And let's see if we had some changes to the resolution.
The Ross Valley Fire Department requirements that you read, are they all in paragraphs 24 through?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, they are. Yeah, so I got those in the resolution, and then I changed condition 45 to have your expanded language about the northern spotted owl nesting season, where it gives them the opportunity to submit the report from a biologist and get approval of the Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Okay, so is that your conclusion, Linda? You're done? Is there any other changes?
Well, under condition 47, I also added at the very end of a revised landscaping must be submitted for planning director and Ross Valley Fire Department approval, showing a 1-to-1 replacement for the 4 trees being removed. And I added 3 oak tree replacement locations must be identified. I forgot to say that in my report, that when I looked at the landscaping plan, I could only find one of the oak tree replacement locations. I was unable to locate the 2 others. So if they're there and I just missed them, I apologize, but wanted to make sure they get included in the building permit plans. And that's it.
Thank you very much. I want to find out if any of the commissioners have questions about the staff report. Or the staff report right now. Seeing no hands then. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Commissioner Newton. Hands up here.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Gonzalez-Barber and Commissioner Fregosa also had their hands up. We have in the tree committee recommendations, I mean, even though they do say a reference to the healthy trees being replaced, they also refer to the tree ordinance and the code that says in general you can go with a minimum ratio of removed trees of 1-to-1. So I guess I'm a little confused by the idea that we would have 4 replacement trees instead of 23 replacement trees.
Yeah, I mean, you can up the amount if you want. I would ask the applicant to address that though, because it does get pretty steep in the back. I don't know if they really have room to put 23 more trees there. But
and, I'm sorry, all I see is the hands. Commissioner Swift is up.
So question for staff. The plans show, and I wasn't clear on this, the 12-inch culvert pipe underneath Cascade in the same area where the fire truck widening is. Can you explain where the culvert is versus where the truck would be?
Yeah, it's shown clearly on one page of the plan. Please come by for that.
I guess my question is that where the truck is going to be isn't impacting that pipe?
Culvert? No, they'll have to build it so that it doesn't. You know what I'm saying? Their engineer is going to have to show that the roadway that supports the 50,000 pounds of truck is not going to crush that culvert. That'll be a design issue that's dealt with at the building permit stage.
Okay.
Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber.
Okay. I had a couple of questions regarding the exterior lighting plan. Was there an exterior lighting plan, Linda?
It was very minimal. It was very minimal because they only proposed 2 lights. So let me find out which.
Was it A75?
Well, it also shows on A.
A7.5. I was looking at the index, I couldn't find it.
Hang on. Yeah, so if you, it's on, the light locations are shown on A71, and then the lighting details are on the light information should be in the architect's little handout that was stuck in.
Yeah, I saw one light fixture there.
Because I think that's all that's proposed.
Okay. Also, was there a materials board provided for this?
Yes, which we thought we sent to you all.
It might be in here. I didn't see it.
It was an email from this afternoon.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. Okay, I did not receive that.
You know, and I can hold it up just like I did the other one.
There's also a picture of.
Oh, wait a minute. No. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I think I do have it. I do.
Okay. Because there's also a picture of the color board in the color.
No, I got it.
Okay.
Yes, got it. Okay, so third question. Miller Pacific report. It looks like Miller Pacific is doing peer reviews. Is that?
Yes. Miller Pacific
engineers?
Yes, they're acting as the town engineer.
I see. Okay, so on the May 4th report, their conclusions basically say that, you know, some of the comments were not resolved, or some of the questions or comments were not fully resolved. And I imagine that these can be resolved at the building permit level. It's nothing we have to worry about right now. They're talking about the boundaries not being, I guess, they don't have a legal document for the boundaries, but it sounds like that's something that can be handled later. Is that correct?
That was their opinion, yes. Because they have, yes, that was their opinion. That they're, as long as we got certain conditions in, they were okay with it proceeding forward to the Planning Commission.
Okay, got it. Thank you. That was it.
Commissioner Curlin.
Thank you. I guess Esther had asked my question for the color board. I don't know why I'm not getting the emails, because I checked all my addresses, and so I did not receive anything today. So if you could hold it up again, I didn't really have a chance to look at it.
Yeah, and I'll go back in because I think it's going, I don't know, I might only have Fred Devine Associates for you.
Yeah, I checked that one. It didn't, I checked that one. I checked my personal. Okay. I had a question about the grading.
Okay.
You could put it down now, Linda. So do we have a breakdown of what the different because I mean, there's some unusual septic system. You noted in a report that required a lot of excavation. There's bioretention, the garage. Do we have a breakdown of what all the different parts are that make up the 669 cubic yards?
I'm just trying to find it, but I thought it was in the engineering sheets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you look at sheet C 3.0, it's stuck in the bottom left-hand corner.
What sheet number?
I don't have that.
3.0.
On the lower left.
Oh, I don't have that sheet.
Does anyone else have that sheet?
I do.
Okay, so it must have gotten left out of one that. Do you want me to? Well, anyway, I can read it to you.
Oh, C. You said C 3.0. I didn't hear the number. I didn't hear the letter C.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Okay. Already, I say that. So, what was the applicant ever asked about if they, for a better balance between cut and fill at any point during the review?
You mean, is there any way to deposit more soil on the hillside and not take it off site?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, we were dealing with so many different agencies, right? That I think that I don't know how those agencies would have felt about modifying the slope of the property by trying to deposit that much soil around on the site. They were already concerned about restoring the natural drainage swale. So we didn't.
Right. And maybe putting the soil on the site could create other problems of other types of things. So I just was asking the question. So that's all I have right now.
Okay, my questions were first around what does the municipal code say about connecting to the sewer system versus the septic idea?
I'll find the section for you because I don't remember the exact number of feet, but this is too far. So there's a section that says if you're within a certain distance, you have to connect up to the sewer, right? This area of Cascade is a little unusual because you drive up to 500 and 525 Cascade. They're the last houses on the sewer, and then you drop down. What I've been told, and I verified it again today by talking to the sanitary district, they cannot run the sewer line out there without building a large pump station to pump all the houses beyond that 500 up over that little lump, right? I talked to them today and, they said, well, the owners all got together on Canyon and they created an assessment district and they ran the sewer out, but Canyon does not have this gradient change that Cascade has. It would require some kind of a location for a large pump station. So basically, there probably will not ever be a sewer extending out to this portion of Cascade.
Sounds a little off to me. I mean, I heard that, I hear the words, but I think what I'm not processing is that because we're a town, and the expectation is that the general plan establishes the growth and that the agency agrees to that growth, and that we have all kind of determined from a health and safety standpoint that in order to have housing and have growth that we're going to provide it through sewer. And to expand on septic is going in the wrong direction, especially adjacent to a creek. So something was not computing for me.
Well, I'll find the section of the code in the town.
Thank you.
It's not a zoning ordinance, so it may take me a while to find it because it's not something I normally deal with.
I think
But
another,
they're beyond the law that requires them to hook up to the sewer, but I'm gonna
okay.
it'll take a while.
I think there was another question that I had when we were talking about maximum house size. What zoning district did that apply to? I can't remember anymore.
I thought the 3,500 limit, you mean, that one?
Was it 3,500?
Yeah, and it
this
applies to all our residential zones.
Okay, thank you. And then, did they do any drainage calculations in terms of dropping into the creek and the impact of that on the creek and just down water doing that? It seems, for me, the way I understand it is that we have this regional agreement that everybody has to drain on site, capture and save water on site, and that there has to be a mechanism for doing this. But this is doing opposite of that, where we're letting it run off into and then into the creek.
They have two features that slow the water down before it goes to the creek. They have I forget what
The
they're called.
dissipator and
the
rock.
Yes. And all the agencies have looked at these plans and are, including Water Resources Board and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. They have all seen them.
So I guess it's normal in this jurisdiction to enable that for properties in the hills because we can't control drainage on site. Why are we draining off site at all?
Oh, and not keeping all the water on the site?
That's the regional permit requirement. So that's where I was kind of getting.
Well, obviously it's not, because they've seen this and they didn't have a problem with it. So I don't know if it's that you physically can't keep it because of the slope. I'm not an engineer, but they did provide calculations on the water speeds and flows. And I think their engineer is going to be here. I think the engineer is going to be at the meeting. So you might ask him if you want some more detail about why it's not possible to, you know, my understanding is you deal with the water that's the new water that's being created by your construction, but you don't have to try to deal with natural water that's coming down the hillside. That's still allowed to flow to the creek.
That's right. That's right. So you're doing an existing condition calc and then a post condition calc.
Right. And they've done that. So as long as they deal with the increased water speed coming from the expanded driveway, the house, and the rear patio, right? That's all they've been required to do.
Right.
So let me
I wanted to ask you a different question too, that on your staff report on page 7, it starts with the siting of the proposed house is in an area. Oh no, I think I just got it. Already modified. Okay. So
I think I found the section Linda's looking for in the code, Linda.
Oh, what number you did? What's the number?
I think it's 13.04030 maybe.
Okay, let me check.
Well, Linda's checking if I can piggyback through the chair on the chair's comment about draining the entire property through a new culvert to the creek. I thought, I crossed the street to look at the creek, and the culvert, I think, will be bigger than the width of that little creek across the street. It looks more like a ditch than a creek. So I was concerned about that as well. But then I did see every single regional agency got together, reviewed this, and approved it. So I don't know.
But there's already a culvert there that takes water into the San Anselmo Creek.
Which to me is
It
not
will
an
be
ideal
replaced.
situation. It's not ideal. I mean,
It
we
will
have
be
fish habitat
replaced,
and all
and they're
kinds of special
taking
stuff.
out an upper culvert and daylighting it through
Okay, this is
the
a discussion item.
the
So
property.
let's, does any,
that daylighting of the culvert is going to slow more water down. That was the trade-off for the house. They're taking a water that's funneled into a pipe and runs quickly down and into the creek, and they're daylighting it and restoring the edges of the natural drainage swale with vegetation to slow that water down.
Okay.
So
they do have a large bioswale under.
We'll ask the architect
under
to
that
address this. Does
driveway.
anybody have any other questions?
So anyway, this
on
is
the
the
staff
section.
report.
Oh, do you want me to read the section of the sewer?
That'd be great.
Okay, so it's section 13.04030. .04.050. It says it's unlawful for any person to do any of the following unless the property is over 400 feet from an approved public sanitary sewer without having first secured a permit from the health officer, which in this case is Marin County Environmental Health. Construct, rebuild, use, occupy, or maintain any residence, right? So if you're more than 400 feet, Fairfax acknowledges that you can build as long as you get a permit from environmental health for your septic system.
Does that recognize, okay, we'll talk about this as part of kind of the discussion. I think I've asked my question. I got the answer for it. Does
Through the
anybody
chair,
have any-
what is the distance from the sewer system?
She said 400 feet.
Let me measure on the map to be specific.
The law says if it's more than 400 feet, you
Okay.
don't have to do the sewer.
You can have.
I was just wondering how far.
She's going to measure that for you, Commissioner Fregoso, and we're going to talk about this some more. All right,
We
so
will.
now we're going to open it up to Richard Rushton, who's the
We could also
architect.
ask the
And we also
the
have
architect.
the property owner, George, I saw Peterson here. I wanted to ask George, Richard Rushton, when he comes back on, to make sure and answer some of these questions about the balance of cut and fill. There was an issue about kind of the lighting, comparing the elevation plan to the packet you provided us. There was a question in the staff report regarding the retaining wall at the ground level, kind of on a site plan that wasn't really clear and wasn't in the calculations. And then we had a question about drainage.
Mr. Rushton is on.
I know, but I'm reiterating the questions. The drainage off-site, and then there was some issues of concern regarding the design. Thank you.
Okay, am I on? Yeah.
You are.
I'm going to cover the architectural part of the presentation, and after that, our civil engineer, Vlad, will cover all of the site work and landscaping. So I'd like to start by sharing, let's make sure I get the right one. Okay, can you see that?
No, we cannot.
Uh-oh.
There should be a share button at the bottom of your screen.
So when you hit share screen, then all of your screens will show up, and then you can select something.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you. There we go.
Okay. This is the Pedersen residence for George and Christine. And as staff explained, it's on the upslope side of the road, and the face of the building is about 50 feet in back of the edge of the road paving. The siding of the building takes advantage of the existing driveway, which will now serve the three-car garage in the basement. You see the stairs going up to the front door, which is that red door. That leads you up to the main floor, which has 2 bedrooms and a study. And then the next floor up is the main living space, including the master bedroom. You can see on the roof, clear story windows that give light to the main living space. And you can see the south facing roof, which has photovoltaic panels on it. This is the east elevation. There's a variety of material. Well, there's 2 different siding types. There's horizontal and vertical. The vertical is painted the dark gray, and the horizontal is the light gray. So here you see again the variety that we're getting with not only the shapes in the front of the building, but also the change in material and color. And you can also see the soffit underneath the main deck that Linda talked about in a staff report. I think that the composition works. I don't have a problem with the different sized garage doors, but the soffit underneath the deck was really suggested by our artistic consultant, and I'm going to address that later. So we'll keep going around the building here. Again, you can see the soffit under the projecting deck, and on the left-hand side, you'll see the patio that's off of bedroom 3. And this is the west elevation. Again, you see the retaining wall that allows us to put a patio off of bedroom number 3. If you look at that floor plan on A4.1, excuse me, yeah, A4.1. You'll see that that bedroom really depends upon the light coming in from the west side in order for it to feel more spacious and less like a bunker bedroom. It also needs to have that door there for legal required access. So I don't think I'm incorrect on the way I show the grades on the perimeter. In order to have that access, there needs to be some sort of retainage. The owner and I both feel very strongly that if we eliminate that patio area, it's going to decrease the quality of that room. This is a north elevation with the patio adjacent to the kitchen area. And while I'm thinking about it, there's been a complete electrical plan done, including considerable numbers of exterior lights that weren't on the original proposal. So I can send that to Linda, but it's really all worked out. So these are the stairs going up to the front door. The numbers that you see are backlit. The whole number lights up. So this is the interior of the entry, and you're looking across the stairways to the study in the background. Stair goes up to the upper floor and lands near the kitchen. This is a view from the living room looking across the kitchen toward the rear yard. And you'll see the clerestory windows up at the upper part of the picture. This is a perspective from the kitchen looking south to the major view and looking over the tops, over the roadway and over the tops of the planted trees along the driveway. This is a perspective from the street, so you can see these are fruitless olive trees in a row along the edge of the upper driveway. And they're providing a screen to the house. Another perspective. And the location of the pullout for the fire department. And this is an elevation at the street looking east. And again, you see the row of olive trees. And the same perspective here is in reality, with the story poles shown where the building is. And that truck in the front is a so-called Army wrecker. It's an historic truck and it's going to live inside the garage. And it requires clearance. That's the reason for the taller door. Now, so part of the staff report didn't like the aesthetic of that soffit underneath the deck. That's a personal opinion. I think it's all a matter of balance. However, the owner decided that he wants a wood deck, not a neoprene hypalon deck, which means that the water is going to run through it, which means we can't have a soffit under there anyway. So what we've done and the way we've engineered it now is with struts. I think even the staff report recommended struts. So this is the way it's being engineered, with 3 struts coming off the corner of the building. Now, of course, you're never really going to see that building from the street like that. That's without the landscaping. And you may have noticed on those perspectives, you probably didn't, but here's the building with the soffit underneath. Here's the building without the soffit underneath. So there's very little change one way or the other from the street view. So I'm open to questions at this point, although like I said, I'd like Vlad to present the site work section of the presentation.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Rushton then? Commissioner Curlin.
Hi. So I like the design that he's proposed, but there's a few, I have a few questions. So I did have a question about the structural support of the upper deck. So I'm glad you clarified that. Can you tell me what is the actual height of the front elevation?
Well, it's under the height limit, which I think is what, 28 and a half.
Right. It's not clear. I mean, I see that there's number, you've got like the actual, you know, grade, the finished floor but they don't see like a dimension that. So, oh, I guess you put the, I see up on page A71, I guess you did kind of note what was the height limit. Okay.
Well, I think if you look at this section, it'll show.
Okay.
It'll show the elevation of each floor.
Okay. Alrighty. So I guess one of my concerns is I think the large garage door, the white color makes it accentuate, I think, more that color. And I think maybe, and the white trim and the white windows. So that's one of my concerns. It just looks a little too bright, and then that it makes the door look too large. So I don't know if you considered any other colors for that.
No, that's possible to change it maybe to the dark gray. I'd have to look at that. I was going to suggest that, in the hope of not having a continuance, that we be able to negotiate with the staff for the building permit a solution acceptable to staff with regards to the garage door.
I think right now what I'd like to do is just focus on questions for the architect versus negotiating on aspects of a condition that we haven't spoken about yet, please.
Yeah. So that was my question, and I kind of think that it gives interest with a large door, and I think that it's kind of better to keep the the car in the garage versus the car in the yard. So I don't really have an issue. But those were my main questions for the architect.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fragoso, questions for the architect.
Thank you. Yes. I'm a big fan of your architectural firm, and there are many things about this design that I like. My question, though, is a couple of questions. First of all, I was out at the site, and it seemed to me that the neighbors' houses on either end are much closer than they appear to be in these sketches. I see this beautifully wooded forest on the right side of this photograph, when in fact, that's actually inside the trees is the fencing of the neighbor's property, and where there's a bunch of bay trees that are definitely in bad shape. I understand why those would come down. I was disappointed that that historic oak tree in front comes down, but I understand it would probably run into your upper triangular deck. And I was also looking at the corner apex of that deck going towards the neighbor's house that shares that driveway. In the drawings, it makes it look like there's a lot more space. And yet when you're standing there in the neighbor's driveway, at the corner where there's now a low retaining wall proposed that's just a section of earth that drops off. It seems like the point of that deck is directly over the driveway. And I was wondering why you didn't use, there's that space to the left of the large driveway. And I can understand you have that gigantic truck out there, but why wasn't the garage put into that section to the left of where it currently is? And then you could actually have, though it might be at a different level, the deck of that lower bedroom could be on the roof of the garage, actually. And you could also have your upper level deck that sits on the roof of the garage rather than cantilevered over the corner. Like I said, I like the look of it generally, and I driving around, I realized most of those large houses are very much garage fronting the entire street. And some of them quite large, and some of them triple garages or garages that are not fully enclosed. So this is attractive, but I just wonder if you have any comments about those particular questions at this time.
Well, the house next door is owned by the same people.
That's not an excuse.
Is it the one to the left, the one on the west, right?
Right. And the one on the right has us.
Linda, I'm going to ask Linda to mute her computer.
Oh. You know, I can't see myself. Okay, hang on.
I'm sorry, other people go on. Mr. Rushton, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Am I on?
Yes, you are, sir.
Okay. Well, we discussed the proximity between the house to the west, and the owner has no problem with it. In terms of your suggestion that the garage be moved over, you're talking about a major redesign.
That I understand that. I appreciate that. But there is that huge amount of space there.
Well, let's see.
So Norma, did you feel like you got the answers to your question?
Well, I know it's it would be a redesign completely. And for the moment, I'm satisfied. We're going to be here discussing it for quite some time. So we can move forward.
Commissioner Swift's questions for the architect.
Thank you. I had 2 questions. One on A41. I was a little confused. On the second floor, the diagram on the right, there's a space that says it's open to garage below. And I was a little unclear as to what that meant.
Well, it's a tall space in there to accommodate the trucks. So it's just that at that level, which is the main level, that's just showing the upper portion of that volume in the garage.
So the bedrooms and study and the rooms there go around that space.
Yes.
Okay, got it. And then my other question is on the septic system. I know it's built to have an additional holding capacity of approximately 5 days based on a 4-bedroom home. And my question was, considering that we have PSPSs and potentially other power outages, I was wondering if the house is designed to have any backup or standby power in the case that for some reason we go beyond a 5-day power outage for that system. And I know you have solar on the top, but I was just wondering if there were plans for.
Well, there is a backup generator.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And also I should add that the septic consultant is available to talk to, as is the civil engineer.
Commissioner Newton. Questions for the architect.
Yeah, actually, are you the right person to ask about the replacement of the trees that are slated to be removed?
Yeah, Vlad is going to discuss the trees.
Okay, then I don't have any questions for Mr. Rushton.
Thank you. And just clarifying before we complete with Mr. Rushton, so I can see on the attendee list, we have Vlad, who's going to be addressing some of the drainage, retaining wall, balance of cut and fill issues. Who's the septic person, please?
Noadiah Ekman.
Okay, I don't see him on the attendee list.
Chairman Rodriguez, I can't raise my hand electronically.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
That's okay.
Recognizing Commissioner Gonzalez Harbor.
Yes. Okay, so I wanted to say, you know, this is a beautiful design. I really, you know, like almost everything about it. However, I really have concerns about the massing of this structure on this road. And I'm wondering if when you were thinking of the design, if you considered breaking up the massing, especially on the street, you know, on the roadside, and stepping it back so that, you know, you kind of had a stepping back rhythm instead of having a very high vertical plane on the street side.
We didn't explore that particular configuration. This is a result of talking with the client and his contractor, and we felt that the projecting balcony and deck and the difference in the planes between one part of the garage and the other were creating enough interest so that the scale was broken down.
Can I ask, what is the height of that vertical wall on the roadside? Is it 28? I think you said it was a maximum height. Is that correct?
Let's see, the wall is 133 minus 107. That's 26 feet.
26 vertical. Okay, can I ask, what is the top plate height for the upper level? So in other words, from finished floor to the top plate of the living area, what is the highest point there for the top plate? Not the highest point of the space.
Are you talking about in the living room space?
Yeah, I think kind of like toward where the kitchen and the dining area is. I think that's where, I think it's like 11 feet, but I'm not, I was wondering if you could confirm the top plate height for the, I guess.
11 foot, excuse me. It's 11 foot 4 inches at the plate on the west side, and it slopes up at 2 and 12 to allow for the clear stories on the east side.
Okay. Can I ask why an Army wrecker is being stored in a residential neighborhood like this? It seems like a hangar or some kind of vehicle storage area would be more appropriate. I'm wondering why an Army wrecker needs to be stored on site and, pretty much dominate the facade of this
I wonder if we should
beautiful
ask that
building.
question to the Peterson family because we'll get to hear from her after we, unless Mr. Rushton knows the answer.
Well, the fact is that that George and his brother work on that car and cars. So it's a hobby, I suspect.
Okay. I was curious because it's unusual. And I was just wondering, what the driver was for that. So, okay, I think that's good. And then my last question is the lighting plan is not included in this package, correct? For the exterior lighting, is that?
It was a minimal lighting plan, and then when I got into the working drawings, I realized that I did need more lighting. So I probably at least doubled, if not tripled, the number of exterior light fixtures.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, I think we'd like to now bring in Vlad into the panelists' room so we can begin speaking about the retaining wall at the ground level shown on the plans that were discussed in the staff report. The other question about the balance of the cut and fill. There was also a question about drainage on the site, and I suspect, Mr. Rushton, you'll clarify for me whether we have any, maybe we'll bring in Mr. Jedediah after that for septic and then the property owner.
Okay.
Vlad, are you on? Just give her a minute to bring him in.
Can you hear me?
Unmuted?
Hello?
Did you hear the questions that we had asked before, and can you respond to them?
Yes, I've been here, and I'll be able to respond to the questions related to the drainage, landscape, and other site features. Starting with, and I'd like to share the plan on the site. Hopefully this works. Can you see the plan on the site?
Not really, not at that scale. The scale is too small yet.
You can use your fingers to enlarge it.
The whole box is very small.
The whole box is very, very small.
Yes.
It is on my covers my entire screen of the computer.
Okay.
I don't know what else I need to do.
Well, we'll see what you're trying to show us. Please
But
proceed.
I'd like to touch base on the items discussed before, the questions raised before. Start with cut and fill. Yes, that's the balancing the cut and fill. It would be one of our targets as engineers developing a site. But as mentioned before, it is a challenge on a steep site or relatively steep site with currently stable slopes, but not necessarily areas available to accommodate more fill material. And as you might notice on the bottom left corner of the C.3, if you have that sheet available on the breakup of the quantities, the most part of that 690 is being generated by the excavation for creating the pad of the house, with the other items on the site being relatively insignificant. So that's one, item number one. Please let me know if any questions on the cut and fill and trying to balance the quantities. Regarding the drainage of the site, currently the site includes a system that conveys the water from the western property line towards the opposite corner, towards the street, and that consists of a inlet catch basin that's capturing the water coming from uphill on the natural ravine, and from that inlet the water travels underneath the ground to and daylights closer to it is shown on the plan. Again, if the plan is not really visible, I'm trying to highlight with my cursor the area where it daylights. We agree. We reviewing the plan and reviewing the proposed system to convey the water down the hill and store the water. It's been agreed with the agencies reviewing the plan, and I'm talking about the Regional Water Quality Control Board, Fish and Wildlife, and Army Corps. It's been agreed to there will be an improvement to the site to remove the existing system, and rather than having a underground system, have a on-surface system that will combine the storm drain conveyance with a natural landscape and this way minimize the impact on the site. I'd like to also mention about your concern regarding the water being generated on the site and discharged down the road or down the site and underneath that culvert pipe. Our submittal included, besides the storm drain system or the storm drain plan, included a detailed calculation for to demonstrate that the features being proposed are ensuring that the water being generated on the post development conditions are not exceeding the water or the runoff being generated on a pre or current conditions. So, which means that post development, the site would not generate more runoff water comparing with the current conditions, undeveloped conditions. And that's being ensured by the size and the structure of the biodetention basin being proposed along the frontage of the lot. Probably you are familiar with the concept. Biodetention basin will store the water and release the water at a slower rate based on areas and hydraulic calculations for the site. What is being released along the frontage on that dissipator? The purpose of it is to ensure that water is not released on the concentrated way, but rather than that dissipates across a larger area and doesn't create erosion on the post-development conditions. As mentioned before, we'll have to, under construction documents phase, we'll look into the capacity of that existing 12-inch diameter culvert pipe to accommodate the flows, but especially the loads from the fire truck. I'd like to mention that the current head wall and the beginning or the inlet of the pipe, it's outside of the area where the fire truck supposed to be able to park. So, and that area is currently used as parallel parking with a Cascade Drive pavement area. So it's already subject to traffic loads. But I'm sure we'll have that as a condition to analyze the covered and the capacity of the pipe to support the traffic up above. With this, I'd like to move into touch base on the landscape plan. There are several questions regarding that. Linda mentioned that 2 out of the 3 oak trees that are being proposed are not visible on this plan, and she's absolutely right. We missed, or not missed, but somehow that got lost in the process. 2 other trees will be located by the bend of that swell that's being shown on the northeast corner of the proposed house dwelling. And as stipulated on at number 47 of the document, page 10, will provide a revised landscape plan to show those trees. It's been our understanding, and I'd like to confirm that tonight, that trees identified by the arborist as being deceased or in poor health will be removed, but we don't necessarily have to replace them at a 1-to-1 ratio. That being said, we are removing 23 trees from the site, and we are proposing to plant 8 new trees. A good reason for not having additional trees is that while this is a relatively large site, 3/4 of an acre, most part of the site is being untouched. It's will stay in the natural conditions. There are mature trees that are up the slope from the proposed pad of the house, and any intrusion with new trees will generate issues or conflicts with those existing trees, if that makes sense. That being said, hoping I cover a part of the questions. Please let me know if any other questions that I can respond to.
There was a question from staff, and it had to do with the retaining wall that was out somewhere in the yard or something. Did you want to, Linda, can you ask that question that you had raised? And then I do see questions for you from Commissioner Fregoso and then Newton, but one moment on that, and go to Linda Neal for clarification on that question.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, was Linda first or my questions?
Yes, Linda's first.
Could you repeat the question?
Linda, somewhere in your staff report, you had written about a retaining wall that was shown on the site plan and that you needed clarification for that. And we were going to try to get that today, or maybe that issue's gone away now?
No, because there's a wooden retaining wall on the uphill side of the existing driveway that I believe is being replaced.
That is true. We are proposing to.
Yeah, there was no information on whether it was just going to be a solid concrete wall or whether it was going to have any kind of surfacing to minimize its appearance.
The aspect wasn't addressed yet. What I had in mind, but I don't have the confirmation yet for you. We're thinking of. I was thinking of replacing that in kind with a timber lagging wall. It is a not very tall wall. It's about 3 or 3.5 feet tall, and very likely will stay the same height.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Fregoso.
Yes, thank you. I had a couple of questions. Some are you'll think are pretty silly. Where is the septic tank on this plan? Is it right under the house?
The septic tank is on along the east elevation of the house, and it's located about in this area.
Oh, okay, thank you. I was trying to figure that out.
And I think one of my plans, the civil plans, show the septic tank.
Yeah, so the tanks are under the driveway. There's two of them.
Yes. You're absolutely right, Linda. The tanks are under the driveway, which are right here.
See the dotted squares are the tanks.
Those are the septic tanks.
Those are the septic tanks, yes.
Okay, and because that's labeled as the bioswale.
No, the bioswale it's off the driveway and between the driveway and the road, before that downslope.
Okay, so in the area you were currently pointing at, or
Yeah,
To the
see where,
right of there.
Yes,
Right there.
the bioswale is right in here.
Okay, the bioswale is in there. And then these are the tanks underneath.
The pavement.
Okay, and were you saying that the water that in the retention basin, which is the retention basin then on this in this view?
I'm highlighting the area with a cursor, and I will switch to back to the grading plan. That's probably a better exhibit for the purpose. Oh, or the landscape plan. This will be the area of the biodetention basin.
I see, okay. And you said, I believe you said the water would be left out. Oh, I see. It says detention basin, but I couldn't see the arrow before. You said the water would be let out gradually so it doesn't overwhelm the pipe or the creek.
Exactly.
How does that get let out? Is there a pump?
No.
Or you close the gate and open it up, or what system do you use for that?
no, it
So-
drains naturally.
The biodetention concept is to allow the water to surface flow into the basin, or be brought by a pipe at the surface of the basin. The basin will have several layers of pervious material that will allow the water to percolate through and reach a perforated pipe that lays at the bottom of the basin. That perforated pipe would be connected to a outlet pipe that leads to a dissipator that's located adjacent to the basin, but at the same time downstream from the basin. So it works gravity. It's not going to be pumped out. Water being discharged into the basin will naturally percolate into the ground and exit through that piping system that lays at the bottom of the basin.
And what is the capacity of that detention basin? How much water will it hold, approximately?
I will have to go through the report, and it is basically a ratio between water being discharged into the basin for the maximum storm being considered versus the voids into the basin. So I will have to go to the report and answer that question. I'm afraid I won't be able right this moment to answer.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. You clarified a number of things. One last question. Oh, I guess it was on the previous image. Over behind the building on the north end, I noticed a septic drip line.
That's true. The drip line is located in this area here.
Correct. Now, what is that drip line exactly for the septic?
Basically, our perforated pipes. And I would rather refer to our consultant.
Okay, that's fine.
To a complete answer on as far as the.
That's fine. I appreciate your responses. It clarified a number of things for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Commissioner Newton, questions then for Vlad?
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Did I hear you say that the plan was to remove 23 trees and replace them with 8?
That is true, yes.
Okay. And you were talking about the area being left in its natural state. I assume that's in that area to the north beyond the 100-foot defensible space zone that you're referring to?
Yes, that is correct. And I would like to switch the screen to actually let me see. No, it's not. It's not working. I switched to an aerial view. I hope you can see the map.
Yeah.
That also shows besides the vegetation being existing on the site. Excuse me. Shows the boundary of the lot. We are proposing to install this unit, dwelling unit, closer to the roadway, Cascade Drive, that's laying right about here. The pad is located here, and this is the rest of the site. It's very steep, especially the northern part of the site, and it's completely covered with beautiful mature vegetation that we are not disturbing in any ways. And while we've been able to locate or to place new trees in the proximity of the house pad, will be really difficult to trim these mature trees, or I don't think it's a subject to remove some of them to make room for more younger trees. But trimming the trees itself would be probably not viable either.
And could you clarify again what you were talking about with respect to the northeast corner of the structure? You said that there was another tree in the near where the I don't know. I didn't understand what you were talking about.
Yeah, sure. I'll switch back to the plan that I had before. And Linda correctly noticed earlier that two of the oak trees are not being shown on the plan. This is an area where we plan to have those trees installed, and we'll provide the plan, a correct plan with the other two oak trees being shown in this area. One is shown here. It's shown in here, right in this location, and we can easily fit two more oak trees in the area of the bend, the swell or channel.
Does that answer your questions, Commissioner Newton?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber and then Commissioner Swift. Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber had her hand up and then it went down and it's muted. I cannot see you as a panelist right now. Do you want to speak? No. Commissioner Swift.
Thank you. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about the trees. In looking at the tree protection plan, because I went through and kind of tried to identify all the trees and the impact. So looking at that tree protection plan, there was a total from that of 29 trees that were surveyed. Of those, and this is what I took away from the report, 11 are going to be kept of those 29, leaving 18. So 18 were going to be removed. And those would be removed because either due to the fire safety, vegetation management requirements. Some of them were diseased and there were safety hazards. I think there was one that was in the vicinity of the swale. So in looking at the tree committee report, of those 18 to be removed, there were 11 of them that were considered, I guess, healthy. They had no conditions based on the arborist report. So of those 11 trees, they were going to be replaced by 8 trees, 5 the myrtles, and then 3 oaks. So is that correct as far as your understanding?
I guess I have different numbers. I'm sorry. It's a little bit confusing. We are showing 8 trees being placed, new trees being installed, planted, and there was a. We'll have to verify, and yes, if we need to add more trees, we'll have to identify what locations.
Well, right, and I wasn't alluding to the fact that, from my perspective, you would need to add more trees. I just wanted to clarify the numbers from the tree protection plan that the arborist put together, so that we had a better understanding kind of the tree report. Thank you.
Commissioner Swift, just clarifying, you were seeing conflicting numbers and you were really wanting to know what was the total surveyed versus kept versus removed versus replaced. Those were the numbers were moving, and is that what you wanted?
Well, I had gone through and looked at the tree protection plan, and then in relation to the tree committee report. So then I wanted to lay out all of the, the number of trees that were surveyed, and then the conditions of them, which ones were removed and why, and break that out so I had a better understanding of the arborist report. So I was just clarifying what was in that. So that from that I got that the tree committee had recommended replacing 1-for-1 on the healthy trees removed, and I computed those to be 11.
Okay.
And they were 8 that were being put in. And I'm not, kind of discussing whether that's adequate or not. I just wanted to get clarified on the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fregoso.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you are the right person to ask about the offloading of soils from the site, or should I be asking someone else?
It's him.
Okay,
that's me.
well, good. Because I understand there's about 690 cubic yards that will be removed, off-hauled from the site, and I see a restriction for 10-yard trucks maximum. That means there would be 70 trucks off-hauling that dirt. Would that be over a period of 30 days or 60 days? Can you give me a sense of the daily volume of 10 cubic yard trucks that will be bopping down the road, and which way they will be going once you get to the center of town? Do you go out west, or do you go straight through into San Anselmo? Do you have a sense of that now?
I don't really have.
Where does that wind up?
I don't have a sense. While we put together a construction management plan, and yes, you are absolutely right about the numbers. It's quite a bit of dirt being off-hauled from the site. It's actually at this point is 571 of export because the cut and fill. But it would be really up to I guess the contractor would be able to respond to the question.
Right. But still, we're talking about 60 trucks. Over what period of time would that occur?
I don't think the excavation on the site will be done in one day. Frankly, probably will go on for a month easily. If not, maybe that's too much, maybe a couple of weeks. So the offhauling of the material will occur over a number of weeks.
Okay, but if it's 60 trucks in a 1 month period, we're talking about a lot of trucks on a daily basis going in and out of town. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I had a question on something you said, and that was that you calculated the existing amount of drainage from the site and the proposed amount of drainage from the site, and they were equal. Did I misunderstand that? Drainage?
It's I guess some details were missing. We calculated the under existing conditions, undeveloped conditions, how much discharge of runoff occurs for a certain storm. There's a design storm, and in sizing the biodetention basin for storage, we calculated the difference between the discharge curve for the post-development conditions, and that was the way we sized the basin for storage. Okay. In other words, that biodetention is called detention because holds the water in such way that at any point during the storm or after the storm, no additional water is being discharged from the site.
Yes,
because of the proposed improvements.
I wanted to clarify with the Planning Commission. I'm guessing that we have easily another 30 to 40 minutes on this one application. Does everybody want to take a 5-minute break? Because we've already been on this for an hour and a half. Yes, give me a thumbs up. If not, we'll just keep going. I do not see thumbs up, so we're going to keep going. Thank you to you. So let's go ahead and give me Jedediah then, and let's ask him.
Noadiah, yes.
I'm sorry?
Noadiah.
Noadiah.
Noadiah, yes.
I don't see, did he call in or she?
I'm not sure. I don't know where to look if
Noadiah, are you on?
No.
Chair Rodriguez.
Yes. Gonzalez.
I was having trouble with my Zoom, but I do have a question for our civil engineer.
Yes, go ahead.
At this point, is this a good time?
Yes, absolutely.
I was just curious. I know that surveys, topos and roadways are sometimes drawn up in a way that represent legal boundaries and property lines. And I'm just wondering if you could clarify the road width, because I'm looking at the civil drawings and I'm not sure. It looks like it says that the AC paving is 20 feet wide, but when I'm looking at the Google Maps, the AC paving looks a lot narrower than that. Am I correct in assuming that it is less than 20 feet? Maybe the 20 feet is the public right of way? Is that?
I can answer this question right away. The public right of way is 40 feet wide. And while the pavement width varies along the way, in front of the property, it is about 20 feet wide. And we have points shot every 10, 15 feet apart. So it's pretty accurate. The dimension shown there and the edge of the pavement, this line that it is on each side of the dimension, it's actually is being measured. This is one example of a point shot on the edge of the AC.
Mm-hmm.
And at a closer look, I don't know if you can see on the screen, but if you have the plans, it will be probably much easier. There are points every 10, 15 feet apart.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I see the plans. I have that. I wasn't sure, just because the satellite view and, the pedestrian view, it looks quite different, but I understand. Sometimes there are variations.
Reality is that pictures don't necessarily capture areas covered with dust, and that might be one reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
I know it's confusing.
Can you also show where the bioretention is on this
Yes, sure.
overlay? That would be great.
And it's located right in front of the lot by the grade break behind the property line, but on the site you won't be able to see the property line while walking the site.
I think exactly what you're pointing to is what I was thinking, that the rock structures are in the right of way. To the right of where you are there, isn't that in the right of way?
That's the dissipator that's in the right of way, and the reason it's in the located there is because of the this way we are able to discharge the runoff through gravity without having any other system involved.
So there's some kind of an easement with the municipality about putting structures below grade in their right of way.
I guess we'll have to have an agreement.
Okay, so it sounded like we did not have the septic person here. So if we're completed then with questions for Vlad, thank you very much for that. I'd like to go ahead and open the public hearing. I'd like to make sure to recognize for the public that we did receive a letter this afternoon from Stephen and Rebecca Ladine, who was opposing the design. And I can see actually that there's a Ladine in the waiting room. I'm not sure if they want to speak or not. They don't have a hand raised, but anybody who'd like to speak now, can you please raise your virtual hand and we will call on you to speak, or anyone on the phone. We're also happy to hear you speak. Linda?
Yes, I have something to read from one neighbor out there.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay.
And then Mr. Rushton had his hand raised after Linda speaks.
Okay, so this is from Linda Novi, who lives at 611 Cascade Drive. Hang on, let me put my glasses on. So she says, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm very happy that the Pedersons can build a home here. My questions are: one, a garage is included. Excellent. That indicates a possible reduction in on-street parking. Currently, the building site serves as storage for a huge Army surplus vehicle, a bus, and has also been used to store other trucks and a trailer. On the street in front of the adjacent Pedersen property, there is a truck and a generator plus some fuel canisters. Usually there are more vehicles parked here. With the development of this new house, where will all these vehicles and equipment be stored during construction and post-completion? All these vehicles create blight in the neighborhood, diminishing its character. Also, we need streets to be clear of parked vehicles and stored equipment as much as possible to make space for evacuations in case of fire. My primary concern is that this property and the adjacent property have adequate plans to park vehicles behind the house or somewhere off the street. 2, I assume a separate septic system is being installed. And 3, the storyboards give a very sense for the size of this new home and garage. After having nothing there but stored equipment and trees, the height of the proposed property feels quite large, especially as close to the road as it is. I would not want to stop the project, but it is a rather imposing structure in its size. Thank you, Linda Novi.
Can you also, thank you, Linda, can you also read the Ladine letter into the record since we received it this afternoon?
I can, hang on. Oh, yes. Dear Planning Commission, okay. I'm supportive of the landowners' rights to develop their properties while simultaneously ensuring projects meet good design standards and fit harmoniously within the neighborhood. Given that this project is subject to design review, I will share my impressions as a resident in the immediate vicinity. Looking at the story poles recently erected, the structure appears to loom high over the street. I know there are development standards to help minimize this outcome, so I've tried to understand why the proposed design is producing this effect. Number 1, the plan's south elevation, the front facade, shows the maximum allowable height of 28.5 feet above natural grade. The driveway is below the natural grade and thus creates a taller actual front height. 2, the building site is several feet above the roadway and adds to the perceived height at street level. 3, contributing most of all perhaps, is that the proposed design has a continuous 3-story face at the front of the building. This design makes for the tallest possible front presentation. Also of concern is the unusual angular deck that juts over the driveway. This may further add to the looming feeling of intrusion. In keeping with the general character of the neighborhood, here is a list of similar nearby sites along Cascade. The list compares sloping uphill sites near the road and the number of stories at the street level. Okay, so 610, 2 stories at the front. What did he say? Okay. I'm not sure I understand his table, but I think he's giving us addresses. 1 story at the front are 610 Cascade, 654 Cascade, 676 Cascade. 2 stories at the front are 478, 484, 488. 500 is 3 stories stepped. 520 is 2 stories. 570, 680, and 690 are all 2 stories. And 2.5 stories at 470 Cascade and 480 Cascade. You'll see that the majority of similar sites are only 2 stories at street level with no instances of 3 full front stories. This appears to be the general character of the neighborhood. The exceptions appear to be 470 Cascade. This is what a 2.5-story vertical face looks like. Even with the decks to break the things up, the structure still looms quite heavily. I don't believe this is a design worth emulating. In 500 Cascade, this is a 3-story house that is stepped from 2 stories at the front. This is a large house, possibly too large and out of character, but it doesn't have any residences immediately across the street. I'm curious if the 572 Cascade design sorry. I'm curious if the 572 Cascade design could be modified to be just 2 stories at the immediate front wall and then raised to the maximum height limit further back, creating a stepped 3-story design. Perhaps the large upper deck could be reworked more subtly as well. These changes would soften the home's visual mass for the neighborhood and natural setting. I understand the site has some constraints at the rear, but there appears to be room to accommodate this concept or other design modifications. Either way, there seems to be viable alternatives to explore, which could still achieve the applicant's desired square footage goals. Thank you for your consideration. Stephen and Rebecca Ladine, 581 Cascade Drive.
Thanks, Linda. Have we received any other letters we need to read into the record?
Let me just make sure by checking my email. I don't believe
she's doing that. Mr. Rushton, did you have anything to add? Because we're about to, yeah.
No, I haven't.
Well,
okay, thank you, Linda.
In response to that last letter, I just should point out to everyone that we have 5 letters of approval from the neighbors. But the point I wanted to make was that I agree with Cindy's statistics, at least my calculations on the trees that have to be replaced, is that there were 13 trees that the Ross Valley Fire Department had us remove. We've put 8 back into the plan that's within the defensible area, which leaves 5 additional trees. And we've discussed putting those trees up in the northern section beyond the defensible zone. But the problem in doing that is going to be that we can't meet the canopy clearances between canopies because it's so dense up there. So it's very difficult to get those 5 additional trees.
Thank you very much. Tamala, is there anybody on the phone who would like to speak to us? I see no.
There is not anybody on the phone.
Thank you. And I see no raised hands in the attendees. So we'll go ahead and move Mr. Rushton and Vlad. I'm sorry, is it Loki?
Yoshika.
Logika. To the attendees list. And let's go back to the Planning Commission for discussion. Thank you very much. And now we have somebody in the attendee group who just raised their hand. Lucky I didn't close the public hearing. So we'd like to open it to Ms. Peterson. And I think we just read her. Oh no, she is the owner. Yes, please, Ms. Peterson.
Hi, so I'm not actually the owner, I'm the daughter of the owner. I thought my dad was gonna be on this call. Maybe he can't figure out how to raise his hand on Zoom. But I guess I just wanted to thank the Planning Commission for considering, you know, our property. To give some background on the project, we, you know, my family has lived in Fairfax for 70 years. My grandfather settled here. We do live on the adjacent property, and we've owned this lot for a number of years, and it's been a dream of our family to develop it for a long time. So I across generations, I want to thank you guys for considering our project and for you know, helping point out things that we can do to improve it to help hopefully make this a reality. I know it's getting kind of late, so I'll leave it at that. But
well, no, I think that we do have, thank you very much, some questions for you that maybe you'll be able to answer, and that is what's being raised regarding this site being, you know, there was 2 sides of it. One, we're hearing it's, I don't want to call it a junkyard, but a storage for a number of vehicles, trailers, generators, other trucks, etc. And then on the other side, we're hearing it might be being used for restoration and reuse. And then we were hearing it's a car repair place. Could you kind of clarify what's currently going on and what do you intend to have going on, and how does that relate to this design that we're looking at?
So I may not be able to answer in as great detail as you would like, because my dad has been the one working with the architect on the plans most closely, but I can clarify, like, you know, fixing vehicles is a little bit of a hobby for my dad and my uncle, who lives my uncle lives in the original family house, which is at 588 Cascade Drive. So it's 2 houses over from this proposed lot that we've been discussing. He's a retired mechanic, and he'll fix vehicles sometimes one at a time to and he'll repair them and often like sell them to you know, like nonprofits or something. So like he repaired a school bus, like a short school bus, and sold it to I believe it was a church. And so that was the purpose of that. There's not usually more than like one of those going on at a time, and they're not I don't think they're all like parked out front, but again, I might not be the best person to clarify that. It's not by any means a junkyard. I kind of object to the use of that word. It's very well maintained. My dad and my uncle have both worked for contractors previously. They take a lot of great pride in our family estate and in keeping it in great shape. The houses that our family members live in there have been like very well maintained, and yeah, it's a great source of pride that our family home is in Fairfax. And you know, we come from, I guess, a working class people, so like it's you know, the mechanic stuff is not it's not a junkyard. It's well maintained. These are professionals who know how to maintain these things, and like don't just keep scraps of things around.
Thank you. And I just before you get off, I just wanted to ask any other planning commissioner if you had a question for Ms. Peterson. I don't see anyone raising their hand, so thank you so much for being available. And we'll now move to Christine Chalk. We need to unmute her. You're unmuted now.
Okay. Can you hear me?
We can hear Christine Chalk.
Yes.
George Pedersen is right here.
It's her device.
Yes.
And I'm George Pedersen. We're the family that want to build the house.
Okay. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. I want to make it quick. First, I want to thank you guys for your time and my team members for the time. I know it's late, and I'll be quick. There were a couple things that came up. I'll just address specific things that may not have been covered. There's more things I could say, but I'll be quick about this. Start at the end, the parking. My brother has most of his stuff off the road. There's plenty of parking spaces. People use them to go into the open space all the time. We're one of the best suppliers of things for that. The whole idea of having the house built, one of the biggest ideas with all the parking up there in space is to get the larger wrecker off the road. We also have a bus. That bus is a storage shed the bus will be repaired. It'll go into that garage and be sold and be removed from the area. So we actually have a real clean frontage area. A couple of you visited today. It's not a junkyard. And, like my daughter said, we're working class people across generations. The idea of the large garage is that we want to kind of have a shop where we can work on our vehicles inside. My brother for years has had to sit in the gravel and work on things. He has lots of tools, but he has no room to deploy them. This is a common effort with my brother and I and my wife to build a family home. For my wife, it's a thing so she can bring her family out from the east and have a place to visit. But staying to more specific stuff, Rush already mentioned that we went to all our neighbors and had letters of support from them. I'm not sure 581, they're kind of out of the way, and they're up the road. They don't even have to come up this way. I didn't expect that. Septic tank, Noadiah, we didn't get a hold of her, but there was a question on the drip system. From the tanks, the sewage, the water, not the solids, but the water is just pumped up the hill, and it's a surface evaporation system. And it's all approved by the County of Marin. And, we've gone through extensive, vetting and everything for that. I think that's pretty much it. I don't want to spend all day on this. It's just that this has been our life dream of my family. We came here in the 1950s. We've paid property taxes on this property separately since 1980. And I know that we might have had a dispensation for that, but I was proud to spend money twice over for schools and other things for the town of Fairfax and for our school districts and stuff. It never bothered me because I knew at the critical time the town of Fairfax would support us. Thank you for your time again.
Thank you very much. I think we should go back to Linda Neal. So wait a minute. First, let me close the public hearing because I don't see any other hands raised. And I'd like to go back to Linda Neal and just ask her about this point regarding the zoning designation for this property and what we're hearing about doing vehicle storage and vehicle repair being consistent with the zoning designation for the property, because that's driving the design.
So, it's often a fine line between a hobby and a business. We've never received any complaints that some kind of vehicle repair operation is occurring in this area. I mean, that's about all I can say. So they're not actively taking numerous vehicles, fixing them and then selling them. It's not at a level where neighbors have become annoyed like it's a business. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe it's a hobby.
Thank you very much. So what we have in front of us now is two alternative staff recommendations. One is to conduct the public hearing and move to approve it for the resolution in your packet, and the other is an alternative to move to continue the project and direct the applicant to redesign the project to minimize the appearance at ground floor, garage doors, and third floor deck, so it presents a balanced facade appearance from the street, minimizes the garage doors visual dominance, and provide a landscaping plan that shows a one-to-one replacement is recommended by the Fairfax Tree Committee. But then Linda did some clarification on that in her staff presentation. We've heard a lot of other ideas. I'm sorry, I'm talking fast. Whew. We heard a lot of other points of conversation this evening that were brought up in terms of a new lighting plan, which has not been submitted, the oak tree being shown and not shown, a retaining wall that's not shown, and kind of they're still selecting a material type. So I'm not sure how the Planning Commission feels, so I'll stop talking with that. And Commissioner Fregosa.
Yes, thank you. Oh, I had a mind blip for a minute there. It's after midnight. I turned into a pumpkin fairly soon here. But one thing to add to your list of items yet to be resolved is the issue of an easement with the town for the use of the right-of-way.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Could I just address that? Because I think I might have missed your conversation. So it's not an easement. It's actually an encroachment document. And encroachment permits are only required to get Planning Commission approval if it's for a structure. So these are like, you know, they're paving and grading in the public right-of-way. It's handled as a public works encroachment. And it can be done at the staff level with the building permit if this project gets approved.
I thought he was showing physical structures below grade, and that's what he was describing to us.
No, what I understood was it's a filtration system. So it's rock and layers of rock and thing in a graded area on grade. You know, I mean, in a graded swale.
It's an earthen swale, but it does have to go down fairly deep, I would think, to retain a good amount of water. But yes, it is earthen.
I could read you like we're removing that point then, because we're going to an encroachment permit, and so I'll remove that point. Was there any other point?
Yes, one other question. I noticed in the staff resolution, you do give us the option of continuing the item and asking them to redesign certain elements, but I noticed that your resolution specifically states that we would approve the reso if in fact they agree to make those design changes that you propose.
Yeah, the resolution isn't, you know, our resolution is a recommendation. So, I mean, you guys could take out our conditions about redesign and you could approve the project as it's proposed, right? We feel the design issues are significant enough that you might want to entertain continuing it if you share our concerns, right? But design is kind of a personal preference. And so we wanted to provide you with both options. You can either let us approve at a staff level changes, or if you want to see the plans again and you have other issues that you feel haven't been adequately addressed, you can also continue it.
There's also the change in the cantilevering of that deck that comes right over onto the property line, actually, of the adjacent property, which I understand they own it, but still it is a significant change to the design. Well,
I think that
it would require a change in the plans.
That I'd like to hear as we're going around, please, is do you want to continue the item because you think it's a major redesign, and have I hit on all the points that they need to come back on, or no, you're ready to move on the resolution as proposed? So where are you on that, Commissioner Fregosa?
It's so late and there are so many items yet that it seems we'd like to talk about and have asked them to look at some redesign. One thing we haven't discussed is the pedestrian access to the property. There's plenty of access for vehicles, but one would be hard pressed to find that front door. you know, depending on how late it is, what condition you're in. And so, on the other hand, many of the other properties do have garage fronting facades, and you can't necessarily see where the entrance is for people to get into the properties. I don't know. I think I'm more leaning towards continuing.
Yes, I'm hearing continuance and redesign in the next Commissioner Swift.
So I'm going to take them kind of one by one. On the trees, they've already discussed identifying the missing trees that are going to be replaced. I feel that replacing 8 of those 11 healthy trees, I'm okay with. When I looked at the tree ordinance, the tree committee, when they identify trees to be replaced, should take into consideration any fire risk. And there's no discussion, there's no minutes on that as to where any replacement trees would be from their perspective. It is a recommendation to the Planning Commission that in cases like this is the deciding body, and I'm fine with their recommendation of replacing 8 trees as long as they all get identified on a plan. As to the garage door, I understand the need for the large garage door and having it fronted, and any vehicles that we can put in garages, I think is better for the property and is better as looking at it from the street. When I look at the plans, there's, and I think it was mentioned tonight, they're putting in, I think, crepe myrtles, but they also mentioned in the pictures large olive trees, that those should block the view from the street of the front of the house. As to the deck design, they've changed that, and I'm fine with the deck design as it is. The lighting, they've already discussed that they're going to submit a complete lighting plan. And I think the only thing I would have a question on might be the color of the building, because when you look at the other buildings in the neighborhood, they all tend to be kind of that stained brown or a little reddish. So I think the color of this will stand out a little bit, maybe more so than, you know, the design. So I am fine with a motion to approve this as it is tonight.
Commissioner Gonzalez Parber.
Yes. So, you know, I really like the design of this house. I think it's very elegant. It serves a lot of functions, but I don't think this is the right neighborhood for this style. This, to me, feels out of character. I did walk that road, and it is very imposing. It is looming. There is a knoll that increases the height even more so. And just having a 3-story front to me seems inappropriate for this neighborhood that kind of prides itself on its, you know, cozy cabin, recessed, broken up structures. This is definitely there to be seen. And I understand it seems like, you know, this is doing a lot of different things. You know, I go back to another project that, you know, we went back and forth on Cascade because it was too tall. And here we have 18-foot high garages for residents. And I understand you know, the hobby aspect of it, it's almost like we're trying to grandfather in a function that has existed on this property for many years. But I have seen properties where you can have a workshop that is a standalone structure, that it's not driving the design, especially the public view of the design, you know, for the rest of the neighborhood. When I look at the pictures, these, you know, beautiful pictures, these renderings, it almost looks like a suburban setting. But when you walk when you walk the road, it doesn't feel like that. You know, this is not a suburban setting. This is a very vegetated, intimate, you know, low profile residential neighborhood. And so where I do see, you know, 3-story structures, I see them mostly on the downhill, you know, where you only see 1 story from the street. And when they are 2 or 3 stories high, they're really offset from the street quite a bit, with long driveways. And I know that's expensive, but I don't know. I, you know, definitely cannot approve. I would, you know, vote to continue this and give the architect the opportunity to maybe make this less massive, less imposing. And I know that everything is driven by cost, budget, but it would be nice to see the function of the hobby separate from the house, the main residence, especially on the street side. So yeah, I think we're just, you know, I think this design is trying to do a lot of things, and I don't see this as a residence necessarily. It's kind of a shop and a residence. But, you know, if it's not against the law and it doesn't go against our zoning codes, yeah, I think the owners have a right to develop. I just think it needs to be a little bit more respectful of its surroundings.
Commissioner Curlin?
Yeah, I would like to have it continued. I think there's some issues that still need to be worked out with the design. I am concerned about the front facade and the height, and maybe it being too imposing. Those are my main concerns. And the grading, the amount of grading that's involved, and the off haul that's needed. I know that Phil wasn't able to come today, and he sent me a text, and he had some concerns about this, and I told him I would share that he wanted this project continued, and he was concerned about the tree replacement ratio, the white garage doors, and the deck. He thought it should be, I don't think he liked the triangular design and wanted it squared off. So.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
I think everyone else has kind of said other thoughts that I had as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Newton? Anything?
Well, I tend to agree with Commissioner Gonzalez-Barber and Commissioner Caroline about the mass above the shorter garage, and think, you know, stepping back that area, you know, might make it less intrusive. I like the articulation at the top of the structure with the clerestory windows, and I don't mind the off-kilter deck. I think it adds a certain amount of interest. I would like to see the landscape and you know, the vegetation revised plan. So I think I'm also in favor of, you know, if possible, bringing this back.
I'm also in agreement. I think I feel that this is almost a rural road. When you walk on that road, there's no sidewalks, there's no gutters. You've got the creek on one side and the open space right there, and the homes on the creek side are, you know, very modest, and that's somewhat downhill. And this lot kind of goes up. And to think about the 26-foot vertical wall, they're really built for, you know, the hobby, I guess is we're calling it. So I'm in agreement. I feel like there's some opportunity with the top plate height at 11.4 to be reduced, and there's even higher beyond that with the clear stories. So there's some more thinking to do there. I think the garage is too dominant facing the road, and the colors don't help. It just is even I'm not even sure even with the design whether the house is just too big, and with a reduction in house you get the reduction in cut and fill and the reduction of drainage and so on. But I'd like to see more rural landscaping. I think the depiction that we saw was very much looked like Palo Alto or something. I was a little confused by it, and just really for the rendering should reflect what's really happening in the neighborhood. So I guess we would now, clearly we have 5 planning commissioners who want to continue this item for a redesign. I'll now go then to the architect and or the owner of the property and say, are you willing to take the continuance, or did you want a vote on this item this evening? Mr. Rushton or one of the Peterson family. Chalk is Peterson.
Yes, and I will promote them right now. I just want to warn them really quickly.
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
I'm not quite sure what you're asking me for. A continuance or a vote? What would be the vote?
My guess, right now, what we have is 5 people who are saying that the design is not reflective of the neighborhood. It's too large, that there would need to be some changes in terms of the vertical wall at the front of the building. It's just the large garage doesn't match, particularly with the color. And then we discussed possible ways of reducing that mass and scale from the road, that in fact there are aspects of the design that don't seem to match the character of the area. So we were wanting to continue the item for a redesign to address the number of items that were brought up.
So my question would be, how do we know what you want? I mean, will we be able to talk to Linda and she'll be able to spell out what changes we can make? I mean, how do we know?
Each of us just said the exact same thing. You could rewatch the video. Please do speak with Linda, or you would be getting a denial and you could appeal it to City Council.
I'm sorry?
So you can either rewatch the video, right? I send a letter out that tries to, put all the different commissioners' comments and concerns into a letter of action, right? But it's really best if you listen to their words by watching the video again.
I understand what they said. I just needed to know the process that you sent the letter out. We'll ask for the continuance.
Linda, I would ask you then, they're going to need some time on this. Is there a date you want to set this to? Because I don't think the next meeting is the appropriate meeting to continue it to.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be ready. And so I think they're going to need to agree to a mutual agreement to waive the rights under the Permit Streamlining Act.
And so I would, but give me a,
Just continue it off calendar.
Yes, if I could suggest something, is the applicant should agree verbally at this meeting, and we'll follow up with an email to a continuance to a date uncertain and waive the Permit Streamlining Act with the understanding that this will afford the applicants and their architect the opportunity to consider redesign options and have those conversations with staff to, basically put the best design going forward, and that is going to take definitely more than one meeting. So that's something I would ask the applicants to agree to verbally right now.
Yes, of course.
very good. Then we'll take a motion to continue this item till off calendar to give the applicant and their architect an opportunity to look at redesign options, working with staff, and rewatching the video and waiving the Permit Streamlining Act. And so, Linda, can you
I'll call roll? Okay.
roll
Newton?
call vote?
Newton?
Well, do you have a motion and a second?
I thought it was, oh, I don't have a second yet. I thought someone moved. No.
I will move. I will so move.
Okay. Do we have a
I will
second?
second the motion.
And the second was Commissioner Fregoso.
Now I'll call the roll. Newton?
Aye.
Gonzalez Parber?
Aye.
Swift?
No.
Caroline?
Aye.
Fregoso? I think that was an aye.
Unmuted.
Okay. Aye. And then Acting Chair Rodriguez.
Aye. Okay, so thank you very much, everyone, for staying up so late with us this evening. Appreciate that. We look forward to seeing your project come back. So now we're moving on to the next agenda and last agenda item. Let me look at the agenda. Oh no, that's the minutes. That's my agenda.
Can I make a comment while you find that? Linda, I noticed on the reso for this project, on the reso page 2, number 4, indicates this is a residential unit with an accessory dwelling unit.
Oh, that's an error.
That was pulled over from the last one, maybe.
Which page were you on?
It was the reso page 2, item number 4.
Thank you. And so now we're
Yes, thank you.
moving to, we have a hand raised, Commissioner Curlin.
Excuse me, I'm not going to be able to stay any longer. It's kind of complicated. I'm having repairs done at my house. I'm not staying at my home right now, and so.
Yes, thank you very much. Good night.
I'm at my office, so.
Your attention tonight. So we're moving on then to the
Okay.
Through the chair,
on the.
it's also what, 1 o'clock almost?
I think we do need to hear this design.
Do we need to hear the
development
next
plan.
item? Okay.
We do.
And then
Discussion
could
of
we just
design.
let it go at the next item, at least maybe put the minutes off or something?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ben?
Okay, I will make this very brief. You've received emails and you will be getting a invitation to next week's Objective Design and Development Standards Workshop. That will be on the 27th, Wednesday the 27th, starting at 6:30 till 8, so a lot shorter than this meeting. It's going to be facilitated by Opticos and their design and outreach team. Really excellent professionals. I've been working closely with them in recent days. And they will provide the type of details for what their process is. Once again, from a standpoint of people who do this professionally for a living, really run through the nuts and bolts of objective design and development standards and why it's important for Fairfax to fully engage in this effort. We have this, well, actually I haven't checked the website, but it should be posted on the town website shortly. with a flyer of information for that meeting. We will be sending out an agenda. It's kind of a hybrid planning commission meeting, community workshop, even though I don't have a quorum of the commission yet. That's not critical because, as I said, it's kind of going to be the Opticos-led program. But I think it's an excellent opportunity. As we know, with COVID-19, a whole series of community workshops had to be canceled. They've transformed that into a presentation, a video, and a survey for people. I doubt very many people are watching this time, but they may tune in later. Or, you know, in any event, the town does have links, the video and the survey, and I encourage everybody to take that survey because we are trying very hard to find out what the community wants. So I really look forward to this. I've been waiting for something that was geared towards Fairfax for some time. It will be a virtual meeting, of course, so much like tonight. And if you have any questions, I'm prepared to answer them.
What's the date of that again? I missed that. What date?
Wednesday the 27th at 6:30.
5
That's next Wednesday.
6:30 p.m. Ooh. Okay, Commissioner Swift has a question on your presentation.
So this is the public workshop that we were going to have a couple months ago for the community and us.
The benefit,
correct?
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say the benefit, what we have is the work that they've been doing in the interim. It's really just more informational and trying to solicit input, but certain aspects of the program have solidified in the interim. So I think you'll get some really good information instead of being kind of hypothetical.
So as far as the public's concerned, because one of the things I'm concerned about is getting this out to the community and getting as much community engagement as we can. So if you do this as a planning commission meeting, then I'm assuming that this is going to go out to everybody on the planning commission email list as a notice. So that's a group of people. I would also hope that since we're putting out town newsletters on a weekly basis, I think now, that we include that information in there as well for people. So that gets, that may be a different community than gets our planning commission emails, but we need to publicize. I mean, this is a week away, less than a week away. And we've all said that we wanted as much community involvement as this and knowledge as possible. So I think we really need to push this out with every kind of capacity that we have.
Thank you. Those are excellent remarks.
And also next door and the business district email and.
Yes, all those means are being done or will.
Ben, you didn't tell us about what's happening with the historic architecture thing. Because that's going to be what everybody's going to ask about.
Yes, we've got an RFP out to 3 architectural firms who are all recommended. I've been trying to engage historically minded people in Fairfax, doing direct outreach with the Fairfax Historical Society. Unfortunately, I have not been able to get people to agree, with the exception of Cassidy DeBaker. Yay. As you know, she's such a great self-starter and a super community resource. But what we will be doing is soliciting those proposals by early June, at which point we will take the ad hoc group, including Commissioners Fregoso and Green and myself, and making a selection on that historical architect. The intention is to sync up that work very closely with the odds work. As you know, Fairfax's historical character is very important in any efforts going forward. So we look forward to that kind of marriage of different efforts.
So the RFP is out, and what's the deadline for that response? And is it on the city's website?
Off the top of my head, it's June 5th. It might be the 4th. I'd have to go back to it.
And it's on the city website then?
No, it's been sent out to specific, 3 specific firms.
Commissioner Newton?
Broad brush, anybody can click on it and do it. These are firms that all have, we solicited input. You were good enough to provide one of those possible firms, even though they didn't actually have the right individuals on them.
Commissioner Newton?
Is this event on Wednesday, May 27th, the only one? Are there going to be other ones? I actually have a conflict, so I have to figure out, which of my 2 meetings to go to, and if there's more going to be scheduled later, maybe I can miss this.
And I kind of don't want to attend it if nobody's been notified. I think it's a bad representation on the commission as a whole.
Well, the commission's role is going to be somewhat informal. It's just an opportunity because you are one of among the community leaders, and bring a tremendous amount of intellectual firepower, if I may say so, to bear. So your input is always most valuable. But in terms of your question about additional workshops, yes, there will be additional public meetings. Right now it's just a kind of an information.
Where did you get that head?
It's a work in progress. Is this going to be filmed or taped or videoed, the one next week?
Yeah, in fact, one of the ironies is we were hoping that the town council would have that meeting available, and they ended up double booked, which is too bad, but such is life. So I know that they are very interested in doing this. And what we will do is post this. We have under the town's news column on our website, we have objective design and development standards. There is information about this workshop on that already, or there should be. And we will post a link to the Zoom video. Anybody who isn't able to participate at the time can do so. And the survey on place types and things like that, all terms which your commissioner will be shortly very familiar with, will be held open to the end of June. And there's also links on the town's website at this time.
So it will be taped?
Correct.
So like Mimi or others can go back and watch next week's.
And you guys, Cindy and I did the survey, and I don't know if she's gotten any comment on it, that it definitely, to me, didn't really reflect architecture of our town at all.
It's one of the challenges when we're dealing with multifamily development.
Well, it's not multifamily. It's and I haven't finished it because I was getting a little frustrated with it. But when you're asked questions, none of the examples kind of reflects Fairfax or relates to Fairfax. And I need to go back and finish it, and I will, but it also asked you questions where I couldn't see where you could get the diagrams to look at to even answer the questions. But I'll give you some feedback in writing.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Ben Berto? I see no hands raised, so we're going to continue the item. Do we have to take an action on continuing the minutes to the next meeting then?
Yes, please.
Okay, can somebody take that motion?
I move that we continue the minutes for the next meeting, given the lateness of the hour.
And I second that, and I'll forego any of the things like commissioner comments or the planning director's separate reports till next meeting as well.
Agreed.
I want to hear the planning director's report unless he's got something. Maybe he has something we need to hear.
I can probably do it in a minute.
Oh, wait a minute. We've got a first. Did we have a second on that action to move the minutes?
Norma second, I think.
Okay,
I was the second.
All right.
Right.
All those in favor? Oh.
She's got to take roll.
You're muted.
How's this? Commissioner Newton,
Aye.
Commissioner Swift,
Aye.
Commissioner Fregoso,
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez-Parva.
Aye.
Chair.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. And I think we should recognize that Commissioner Curlin left at 12:45 a.m. Ben, is there any good planning commissioner report?
Didn't we put that off?
Nope.
He gets 1 minute.
I'm
So
leaving.
somebody time me. Transient occupancy tax and short-term rentals deferred. Frankly, Airbnb